Mike, cut stuff off.
We're ready.
I'd like to call the Select Board's meeting to order for Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. Any reason for non-public, Jim?
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 items: A, employment; C, reputation; D, consideration of property; and E, pending or threat of litigation.
Okay. And I'm going to read a statement from the board. The Select Board would like to announce that we are currently in the process of selecting an interim town manager while we select recruitment companies for the purpose of hiring a town manager. First thing on our agenda tonight is to elect a new chairperson for the Select Board. I would like to nominate Paul O'Brien to be chair since he is vice chair at this point.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we need to elect the vice chair. Any nominations? I'll make one. Brian DeShays be the vice chair. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Okay. 3-2. So our next meeting, Paul will be chair and Brian will be vice chair. Already heard about non-public. Consideration of minutes. February 11th.
So,
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we already approved the February 11th meeting, and you can see that at the top of our our March 5th, and it's line 28 on page 1.
Okay, then let's move to...
Dave. I asked Amy to bring these back up for an amendment. I had made a mistake. On the second page, the second reference to DeShays, I had thought that I had set a limit at 10 commercial vessel licenses. It was 12, so I had made a correction incorrectly on the minutes last time, and I wanted to correct it so it reads as 12. So it's the second reference to DeShays on page 2. It should say a limit of 12 commercial vessels, which is what is there. I had, at last meeting, had the 12 changed to 10, so I needed to correct my error.
Brian, you verified that by looking at the TV? Okay. I have no objection.
So then I'll make a motion to reapprove the February 11th, 2026 minutes as amended tonight.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The next set of minutes, which is the 4th, did Amy send us a note to saying they're not complete, or did I misread that?
No, February 18th.
Sorry.
Is not complete.
My bad.
Okay. So we'll go on to March 4th then?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to go to page 11, and I want to go to line 503. Oh, no, never mind, that isn't the one. No, I'm fine. That was something else.
Anything anybody have on the 4th? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion came from
I'll make the motion.
second, and we all approved it. Thank you.
All right. We're up to public input. Limited to 3 minutes per resident, 15 minutes in total.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Yep. They're all stapled together or something? Yeah.
It's not on.
Turn the mic on, please. No.
Should be good.
There you go. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations, Paul. My name is Suzanne Ryan, and I'm here this evening as a taxpayer. Relevant to the upcoming discussion on the lease of the Back Bay docks. And I want to make it clear, I don't care who you're leasing it to, whether it's Joe Smith or what was his name?
Whomever.
Doesn't matter. This is a sweetheart deal for the applicant. I have read the lease, and I see no increases or improvements or escalators in it from last year, except for one. I want to backtrack. I remember when Linda first brought this up, when they were the young men that wanted to do this were 2 high school students and thought it was a good idea to bring this activity to the town.
Correct.
And give those kids a shot at it.
Yep.
Well, they've had a shot at it for 16 years, and it's been a pretty good arrangement. We've given up one dock. It started with 1 or 2 jet skis. Now you have the pictures now. This is what's there for jet skis now. 7 jet skis and then a personal watercraft on the other side. If you want to pass that around. You're leasing this unconditionally, pretty much, for an open-ended contract for $1,000 for a season. And that's what you charged last year. The problem that I see is it's open-ended. It is almost like a multi-year contract, for which typically the town votes on multi-year contracts. And the reason I say it this way, it has an automatic renewal in it. Automatically renews under the same terms. That means you don't get to increase it, you don't get to shorten the term or lengthen the term of time, unless the leasee declines to renew it. Typically, when there is a long-term lease, the voters have a say in that. Not this time. Also, the lease is written, I believe, by the person who's leasing the property. But it goes on to say in there that one side of the dock is to be used, and the other side, adjacent, one side that's up to Bradley's Hardware, that side can be used. And then the other side, this sentence does not make much sense. Authorized for use of the license is for jet skis renewal. However, the licensee may use the adjacent second dock for overnight storage of its jet skis, so long as it uses just one side of the dock. Well, it doesn't make sense, and the jet skis stay on the Bradley side overnight, and what stays on the other side is the personal watercraft. When you look at those pictures, you will see in the bright sunny daylight that other side is not being used in the manner of which this sentence is written under number 2. So, as I said, there's probably nothing I can say that will make one tinker's damn of business. You'll probably go ahead and renew that tonight, just the way it's written. But I would say, you're taking money out of taxpayers' pockets. You've got an opportunity to make a reasonable return on town property for a commercial use. It's not a recreational use, it's a commercial use. And the second question I would ask, where is the revenue for that going? Is it going into the general fund, or is it going into a revolving fund? Is it going to a capital reserve fund, or is it just lumping in with something else? So that's that. The other quick thing is I have to address Brian on the issue of the letter regarding the Mount Washington. You just had to poke at it, didn't you, Brian? You just had to bring it up. And tonight's agenda, you've got the very same RSA where you're going into non-public 91A 3D. You could have brought negotiations into non-public and not gotten yourselves into this quagmire and people all worked up. Thank you.
On your agenda, you say that there's 15 minutes of public input and each person's supposed to do 3 minutes. That was 6 minutes, and this could go on forever. So I'd really encourage the chair to try to be reasonable.
Thank you.
I will try to be brief. I'm Sebastian Tordonato. For those of you who are unaware, we just had an election, and I was running. And again, if you're not on Facebook, I'd like to make a public announcement. I'd like to congratulate Linda Murray and Dave Senecal for running a nice, clean race and for winning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And that brings me to another point, is that, you know, it was a very close race. I'm not going away. I'm still going to get my public input here. I hope you don't mind, and if you do, I apologize in advance, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I've been, some people call lecturing you. I try not to sound like I'm lecturing, but let me try to make a suggestion again. You have a brand new board, you have a brand new chairman, a new vice chairman. Maybe you guys could make up some rules that would speed these things along. I have a few suggestions if you're open to them. One suggestion is that you shouldn't have any poison pen letters read in public. Okay, I understand there's friction, I understand that there's issues, but don't bring it out in public. Okay, we don't need to hear it. We don't want to see it, and it creates a lot of problems. And part of those problems are, well, just what we're here, some of us are here to talk about tonight was the Mount Washington coming in or not coming in. We don't really know what it is, but I was here when that motion was made for the $25,000 dock fee, and I was also here when it was resoundingly defeated within about 3 minutes. Okay, so the whole thing is a non-issue. Okay, a motion was made, it was defeated, and then we end up writing letters or getting letters, and we read them in public session so that one guy is getting crucified. Now, I may not always agree with that one guy, and as a matter of fact, at the end of that session, I said that was way too much, and I said it publicly. Yet, apparently, some people like to make a big deal out of it. At my perspective on this, it is a non-issue. It didn't happen. And if people are going to get upset just because some of you discussed something, well, that's ridiculous, okay? Nobody charged the Mount anything, and as far as I can understand, you don't have time to go to public session, make 2 public sessions on this. You're going to end up reverting back to the fees that you had last year. Again, a non-issue. I would think that the general manager of the Mount Washington would recognize that and act accordingly. If he wants to get that upset, I don't know what to tell the guy other than this is a complete mischaracterization as to what happened. And the other thing that I want to talk about and quickly mention is that same guy is getting crucified because we're now in looking for a new town manager. I've actually spoken to the town manager. Had nothing to do with it. He came up, he has a new job offer. Sorry if I'm letting the cat out of the bag, Jim. He has a new job offer, closer to home. That's where he wants to be. He took the job. Had nothing to do with what's going on here. So I would like people to kind of back off and get a clue, for Christ's sakes, as to what's happening before you jump the gun. Yeah, I agree the town's got some problems. I agree the town is messed up in a few places. But some simple rules as to how you conduct yourselves may actually help. Again, Dave, congratulations. Linda, congratulations. I appreciate the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Derek Brown, Wolfeboro. I gave one handout to you, Mr. O'Brien. Thank you. It's somewhat in line with what Sebastian just described. Mr. O'Brien, last fall, used the word culture. Good luck finding people to want to run for this board voluntarily. I will be my own example for those that read Facebook, and I'm going to point specifically to Mr. Deshays and his conduct and use of the word misinformation. Well, I've already heard several references to misinformation that have clearly happened from Mr. Deshays. Well, to address one publicly here, I have been in exchange with a cooperative email exchange with Mr. Randall this week where he confirmed, yes, there was a sump pump hooked up to that drain pipe. So I wasn't making it up. Yes, it was redirected to the town sewer. Fantastic. Yes, there was a macerator. That pipe, that pump was down there too. No, it wasn't hooked directly to that drain. Nobody said it was. But clearly there's something happened there because it caused DPW to cap a pipe, regardless of isolated or ongoing. End of story. But to be called a liar and representative of misinformation on social media, and I quote, he must be a supporter of the Free State Project. This is classic of what Mr. O'Brien does to bait people into, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
You were surprised. That was good. That was good. Mr. Deshays does, starting with, let's have coffee, here's my phone number, let's talk. What I also made you as reference, and I hope you keep it versus putting in the circular file, is there is a newspaper article that I thought was particularly relevant because, of all things, it took just a few minutes to find, and it was from a gentleman from this New Hampshire's Free State Project, where he tried to get a restraining order against Mr. O'Brien. Not that...
No.
I'm so focused on you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Deshays, my apologies. Hey, lightheartedness is a good thing. So, Mr. Deshays was actually... They tried to get a restraining order against him. It's in print.
Yeah.
And the reasons were, in the article that you have a copy, were he went around to his employment, relationships, trying to coincidentally get him in a bad position, which again smells very much like the Mount Washington and what happened to Mr. Thurston. I got that name right. So I'd like to see better conduct to create better culture on the select board. This is why you don't get friendly people coming up here saying, let's do things better. People are getting pretty upset. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good luck in 2026.
2046.
Good evening. I'm here to lighten the mood for a moment. My name's Jessica Williams. I am here as a taxpayer and a parent of a Governor Wentworth Regional School District high school senior. And I'd like to just take a moment to recognize an incredible achievement in our community. The Kingswood Knights boys hockey team, they brought home the state championship banner to Pop Whalen on Saturday after beating Berlin in overtime. If you didn't see it, it was quite a game. This wasn't just a win on the ice. It was the result of years of hard work, discipline, and the kind of character we strive to build in our young athletes. These players represented our town with grit, sportsmanship, and pride, while many of them at their young age have fought heartbreaking battles of their own. Accomplishments like this don't happen in isolation. They are made possible by the continued support of our taxpayers who invest in our schools, our athletic programs, and the facilities that give our students the opportunity to grow and compete at a high level. The Pop Whalen Ice and Art Center is a perfect example of that investment in action. Like many community facilities, it faced its share of challenges this season, but we're fortunate to live in a town where private citizens, through nonprofit efforts, step up and contribute in meaningful ways. That kind of support helps strengthen our programs while also easing the burden on taxpayers. I hope as we welcome new management to the town, we focus on further building relationships between the town and local nonprofits. I'm personally proud to have been part of the effort to raise over $200,000 to help support and leave a lasting legacy of Kingswood at the Pop as the Vice President of Friends of Kingswood Hockey. I want to extend a sincere thank you to our Pop Whalen staff, who have been very accommodating during our fundraising efforts this season. Also, I want to thank both the police and fire departments for the incredible escort into town for our bus full of hockey players on Saturday night. It was amazing to see Main Street lined with fans, some of them shirtless, to celebrate their victory. That moment meant a great deal to the players, their families, and the entire community. It was a powerful reminder of how much we stand behind our kids. And as a way to celebrate together, the Friends of Kingswood Hockey would like to invite the public to a free community event for a community skate with the Kingswood Knights on March 28th at 7 p.m. at the Pop Whalen Ice and Art Center. It's an opportunity for everyone to come out, meet the team, and share in this moment. This championship belongs not just to the players, but to the entire town, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're done.
I'm Sandy Wentworth. I'm here to talk about the Mothership Mount Washington. I assume this is the appropriate time. I know nothing about what's going on except the selectmen want to go up in the rent for the Mount Washington, and they seem to think it's a little outrageous and may not come here. I don't know how much you're going up. I don't need to know right now, but the Mount is very important to this town. The Mount is iconic. It's been here 100 years. It brings tourists in. We need it. This town used to be a tourist town. It's turning into a summer resident town. If you want tourists, you have to have things for tourists to do. A lot of people come to Wolfeboro for a place to stay, to go on the Mount. You think about in the fall, all of the leaf peepers that come by buses. The buses drop them off early. They go around the shops and restaurants. When the next group comes into Wolfeboro and gets picked up, they're going around. They bring a lot to this town. We need it. You look at other touristy things we've had, they've all left. We had Hampshire Pewter, which had tours. They're gone. The boat museum is pretty much gone. But the Mount has stayed and supported this town all this time. And everyone, you have to stop and think what's going on with the price of fuel right now. I don't know if the Mount has already pre-bought whatever energy they need. If not, they're screwed this year. And if they have pre-bought it, that's good for this year, but they're saying right now it could be in the fall before they start straightening out fuel costs. They are really going to hurt. All of us are going to hurt. A reasonable increase would be okay, but we do not want to lose the Mount Washington. And if you haven't been on the Mount Washington in the last 5 years, you should all go for a ride. I've talked with people from this town, and some of them try to go on once a year just to support the Mount Washington. And if you need to hide and get away from Wolfeboro, it's a good short place to go. So please work with the Mount Washington and be reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else at this point?
Claude Rossiger, Wolfeboro. I'll speak very briefly. As the Board of Selectmen, the state RSA, under the town manager form of government, says that your responsibility is primarily to see to a town manager, and in some cases to the removal of a town manager. It is not, however, to micromanage or take over the executive responsibility in the town. That's what we voted for. That should be respected. Now, we have an issue that nobody wants to deal with. We have a public works director who has virtually no knowledge about roads. The roads are a disaster at this time. It's not just because it's end of winter. They've been a disaster. The work is inexplicable. The expenses are unaccountable. I'm talking to you because I expect that somebody will take action. All you have to do is go to our roads and look. I've spoken with some of you personally, and I brought you evidence of what's wrong. And it's very hard for an expert to find anything that's done right on our roads, and I point particularly to the gravel roads, but now I hear more and more complaints about the paved roads as well. That evidence points to one thing clearly, and I have no axe to grind on this. Perhaps Mr. Randall is qualified in other parts of his function. I don't know that. He is unqualified to oversee our roads. The grades are wrong. The materials are wrong. The configuration is wrong. The maintenance is wrong. How can you explain these things? You cannot. And if you wonder where I have this, we've now consulted expert opinion. This has involved UNH. It's involved contractors. It's involved other public works directors. I'm sure of what I'm telling you now. I've seen this going on. Our roads have been destroyed. Now we have to restore them. The town, as you know, voted on the 10th for the continuation and maintenance of our rural roads. That was a pretty impressive vote. 3-1, wasn't it? So I'm going to ask you to take this seriously. You have a function to perform. If that won't be performed by any town office, the only one left is yourselves. Now, I'll only point to one thing and then sit down. When the same issue arose with Mr. Ford, who knew not much, but slightly more than Mr. Randall about roads, but not much, you actually removed him from the responsibility and indicated that he should put somebody else overseeing that. That was Scott Pike. Scott Pike was a good man, knew what he was doing, understood what the task was. You could do that, but you have to get the person who's now guiding it out because he doesn't know what he's doing. Thank you.
Anybody else want to talk in non-public right now? I mean,
Good evening, Sean Coop, Watches Road. I'm also one of the principal owners of the Wolfeboro Dock Company.
Got it.
I thank, oh, sorry about that. I thank you for your time tonight. So I guess there seems to be, one gentleman already got up here, there's some confusion about the increase, what I'm going to call taxation of the Mount Washington and also the Liberty Museum docks, the use of that, the use of the Back Bay docks. Can you bring us up to speed on that? Is that still an issue? Is it not an issue? Where are we with that?
Dave, roll it in.
Thanks. Did anyone address that?
This is public comment time.
Well,
You just send it in, and we'll process it, but this isn't a public hearing, it's public comment.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to intelligently again speak about our company, Wolfeboro Dock. As you know, all of you know, we're located in town. We do use the Libby boat ramp and the Libby dock. That's it. We don't use any of the other docks in town. And we use that for commerce, to run our business, and to serve all the lakefront people here in Wolfeboro and the other towns. It should be noted that we are located in this town. We run our business in this town. We own real estate in this town. We pay real estate taxes in this town. We register all our trucks in this town. We pay taxes on those vehicles to the town. And also, we contribute millions every year to the local economy. We do multi-million dollars a year in business. Most of that is spent right here. In fact, I just got a nice big plaque from Hancock Lumber, one of their top 250 customers in all of New England. And we buy fuel. We contribute a lot. And as it is right now, and everyone should know, we already pay $3,000 a year to use that boat ramp already. I think, we have 3 barges. Jumping that to $15,000 is what I've heard would be extremely excessive. That is an excise tax. And when I heard about it, I felt, man, I feel like I live in Massachusetts. That's a Massachusetts tax. Not the way New Hampshire does business at all. I'd appreciate, a fair shake on it. In reference to the Mount Washington, I just can't believe that for the life of me. That boat comes in here on almost a daily basis and contributes tens of thousands of dollars a season to the local economy. I'm talking about biting the hand that feeds you. It's shocking. The town does have to bear the burden of the cost to maintain the town docks, the Back Bay docks, and the Libby docks. Of course they do. But it's like maintaining roads. That's their job, to create the environment so commerce can flow. And I'll leave you with this. I do feel this, that if we're taxed that way, Eastern Propane should be taxed $5,000 a truck to use the road to deliver their fuel. Anyone on this panel here that owns a business, if you have a truck or 2 or 3, you should pay $5,000 a truck to use the roads. It's the exact same principle. So it's like you to consider all that before moving forward. Thank you.
Anybody else? We're going to move on to our public hearings, of which we have many tonight. So the first one, Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, on or about 6:30 p.m. in the Great Hall, Wolfeboro Town Hall, Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Consider the application for an issuance of an alcoholic beverages permit to the Lakes Region Newcomers Club for a club event May 6, 2026 at the Abenaki Ski Area at 390 Pine Hill Road from 4 to 9 p.m.
Yes, hello. I'm Eileen Smith. I'm on the board of the Lakes Region Newcomers Club, and we will be hosting an event that we've had for the 3rd year in a row at the Abenaki Lodge to welcome our new members and to thank our volunteers. And so we'll be serving pizza and probably have 60 to 100 people there, and we would ask your permission to approve the alcohol, wine and beer permit.
Okay, thank you. Anybody wish to speak to this application? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board?
Just no kids under 18.
No kids.
Is that the legal drinking age? No kids under 21.
21.
Whatever the legal drinking age, there's nobody there under that age.
No one under 21,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. That leaves half of this audience out, right? Not really.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Chairman, I'll make a motion that I would grant a alcohol beverage permit for the Lakes Region Newcomers Club for a club event on May 6th, 2026 at the Abenaki Ski Lodge on 390 Pine Hill Road from 4 to 9 p.m.
Second.
I don't have a permit number, but
there isn't one.
That one isn't, the temporary events have the permit.
Sorry about that. Okay. Motion and a second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, March 18th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the New Hampshire Lakes Region Pickleball Club and Level Up Pickleball Camps to host a pickleball camp at Foss Field September 12th to the 13th, 2026 from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Permit number 2026-17. Anybody here to speak to this? I know this is something that has been ongoing, so. Board?
I don't have any problem moving forward.
No issue.
Is that a motion?
I can make a motion if you'd like. Would you like a motion? I move that we grant a temporary event permit to the New Hampshire Lake Region Pickleball Club and Level Up Pickleball Camp to host a pickleball camp at Fossfield from September 12th and 13th, 2026 to from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., permit number 2026-17.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step down for the next one.
Okay. The Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Lions Club to host the 50th annual Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race on May 16th, 2026, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Old Beach and Dockside, permit 2026-18.
Good evening. I'm Roger Murray on behalf of the Wolfeboro Lions Club, seeking a permit for the 50th running of the Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race on May 16th. The race will follow the same course in the past, starting at Albee Beach, crossing Lake Wentworth to Smith River, down Smith River to Crescent Lake, across Crescent Lake to the Crescent Lake Dam, where there's a short portage into the Whitewater section of the race, under Center Street to the former site of the former Excelsior Mill portage, and then down Back Bay to the finish line by the Wolfeboro Town docks. As this is the 50th, we are hoping to have a celebration. Pat Waterman has agreed to read a proclamation. We also want to give out hot dogs and hamburgers to the racers at the finish line. In order to do that, we are changing the time of the race. Instead of it starting at 1:15, it'll start at 10:30. That will mean to do that, we will need to close off the parking spaces directly behind the restaurant. That will not interfere with access into Dockside, nor will it impact the parking spaces behind the stores on Main Street. We will set up at 6 o'clock in the morning at Dockside and also at Albee Beach. We will coordinate with Fire Rescue, which views this as a fun training event. And I also spoke to the police chief on my way to my seat, and we will coordinate the closing off of the parking spaces with them. And we hope everybody will race.
Anybody have any questions for Roger? Nope. Anybody out there? Okay, close the hearing. Board?
So I move to issue a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Lions Club to host the 50th annual Great Smith River Canoe and Kayak Race on May 16, 2026 from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Albee Beach and Dockside, permit number 2026-18.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
The Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for Winnipesaukee chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution to host a Revolutionary War marker unveiling and ceremony on July 7th, 2026, 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. at the monuments located on DeWolf Field at Brewster Academy. Rain plan is in the Great Hall, Wolfeboro Town Hall, permit 2026-26.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Black. I'm the current regent of the Winnipesaukee chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. We would like to dedicate our marker that day, and we're also We've also invited the Piscataqua Youth Fife and Drum Band to perform, and the SAR, which is the Sons of the American Revolution Color Guard, that will come. And should be a short ceremony, and we're inviting the public to celebrate our 250th. And I also have you had asked me at a previous meeting to send you a diagram of where we would like the monument to be, so I have that for you now.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy.
Guess we'd never get through the planning board.
No, never.
Dave?
Hey, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah,
Brian?
the only question I have is, it was brought to my attention that there's a snowmobile trail that goes through there.
It's on the other side of the Civil War monument. It's marked
It's on the other
in
side,
yellow.
It's to the left of the Civil War?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that...
And that's on Brewster's property.
Okay, and so Bruce, as long as we know and somebody doesn't put the trail, because you don't want people running
I
over
do
your
not.
brand-new monument.
No.
Okay. That was my only
They
question.
may have taken the markers down already, but there were markers there on the other side of the
Okay.
Civil War monument.
Linda?
Yeah, I looked at that before they took down the markers, and it was the other side of the Civil War, so I can verify that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on this map as well that we got. Okay, any other questions from the board? Want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to issue a temporary event permit for the Winnipesaukee chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution to hold a Revolutionary War marker unveiling and ceremony on July 7th, 2026 from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. at the monuments located on DeWitt Field at Brewster Academy. Rain plan is in the Great Hall, Town of Wolfeboro, permit 2026-26.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Could I just ask one question? Amy have a picture of this? Does Amy have this?
She will.
No, I'll get it to her.
Okay, I have
All
an
right, I'll
extra.
take care of it.
Would you like an extra?
We'll make sure she gets it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, March 18th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Children's Center to host a Fairyland Festival, Bridge Falls Path and Cape Park, July 11th, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, only until 11 a.m. at the Bridge Falls Path, permit 2026-22.
Good evening.
Hi.
Can you hear me? I'm on my very tippy toes. Thank you. Thank you. My name is June Connors. I live in Wolfeboro, and I've been on the board of the Children's Center for 9 years. I'm asking for your approval to hold Fairyland on July 11th at Cape Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is a Strengthening Families event, and it is our 13th year, and the entire event is free to families. We will have items to sell in the gazebo like fairy wings, bubbles, and bug jars. Bobby Bear will be there performing with his guitar. We are planning on having fairy dancers and possibly a theater group. In addition, there will be hidden painted rocks, a scavenger hunt, face painting, and hair braiding. We usually have over 500 people attending. We will take great care leaving Cape Park clean and tidy. Thank you. And I think you read that it's about also fairy find on the trail, but we're not asking for that this year. Just for Cape Park.
There's nothing on here about that.
Oh, I thought I heard, okay, sorry.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be back next year for Fairy Find.
Linda?
Yeah, I know that the center knows, but that is the same weekend where there's going to be a national water ski jumping or trick going on that day. And I was wondering whether you can get your vendors to park up at the center and any of the cars up there. I think we're going to have a real problem with parking throughout the town because this water ski event, I think, is national. I have no idea how many people will be coming. I would like it that we have our fire chief and take a look at a parking plan and get it so we're comfortable that we have, whether we need to, for the ski tournament, whether we put them up at the high school and get them down so we make sure we have room for everybody. But I didn't know if some of the center board members, if they could unload their stuff and then take their car up and park at the center so we, as much as we can, get the cars out of the downtown and have a good parking plan.
So just a question. So who would get precedent on the parking?
What I'm hoping is that they can work out a plan. Obviously, this is the first one coming through. But this other one is a national skiing event. It's coming, I think, the next time. And I think for us, that's what this temporary event permit is all about, is gives us a chance to work out a parking plan, and I think the fire chief would be the best. He did one for the Brewster, and I think there's the craft fair. I'm assuming the craft fair will park on Brewster Academy, and so that we do the best job we can is moving the parking out and allowing people to park in other places, whether there needs to be some kind of transportation from the high school, and I'm thinking that more from the people who are coming to watch the skiing event. But I think there needs to be a staff person in the town who has a control of where the parking's going to be and how we're going to handle it.
So just a suggestion, we have a couple different parking lots down there. Could we actually give one of the parking lots to these folks and give the other parking lot to the other folks?
You know, I guess I was hoping that the fire chief would kind of know what's best.
Just a thought.
Yeah, I think I heard you say that for the people that are actually going to be engaging in the activity, not the
people
not the
going.
customers,
Yep.
but the people setting the thing up, there probably needs to be some rational approach to it. And I support the idea of having Tom or whomever or Chris weigh in on how to best do that. That's a good suggestion. The only problem is anytime you allocate big blocks of space, that's the big blocks of space that doesn't get used, and it gets glommed up someplace else. But it's a suggestion that they can handle. Are you suggesting that we hang on to this?
No, I'm just making a comment. This will make the second event, and I know a third one's coming. You got the on the green at Brewster, and I'm assuming they could park on Brewster. Then we have to get accommodations for you to get parking, and like the Historical Society, when they do one of their antique fairs, they have their people park at the library. If it's convenient, you can do it. That would help, and for people who are working on it. And then the next one's going to come in with the National Ski Jumping or Tricks, I can't remember which it is. I think that's what this permit's about. We need to come up with a town-wide parking plan for that day.
Ryan?
I would think next week, or 2 weeks from now, when the other permit comes in, we can ask the ski jumping tournament what they expect for parking needs for theirs, because they've done this all the time. And then, as Linda said, we can then have, based on what they say, we can have Tom's already reach out to both groups and coordinate something with them. But I don't think we really have to worry about it too much until we find out from the ski jump people, that group, that water ski group, what they expect for parking and contestants and all that. So I don't think it's going to be an issue.
I did actually speak to the two gentlemen that are in charge of that.
Good for you.
Yeah.
And told them that, we usually have ferry find right there on the path. And we talked, and I said, you know what, it's not going to be worth it to have little 3-year-old ferries on the path at the same time when they're doing, all their big event. And I understand it's a 3-day event, so it's a big deal to them. It's a big deal to us, but I'm willing to, kind of make ferry find into Fairyland, combine it over at K Park, and then they can just have, everything over there.
booked out.
Because the parking would be crazy. So, but it sounds like a fun weekend.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you for making that accommodation.
you're welcome.
Somebody like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion that we grant a temporary event permit for the Children's Center to host the Fairyland Festival at not at Bridge Falls Path, at Kate Park on July 11th, 2026, from 9 a.m. till noon. Permit number 2026-22.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
a
you.
great event.
What's that?
It's a terrific event.
It is. Yep, thank
Okay,
you.
the Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Children's Center to host Touch a Truck event September 13, 2026, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Nick on 10 Trotting Track Road, permit 2026-23.
Another low-energy event.
Yep. So, what does a dump truck, a golf cart, a fire engine, and a snowmobile all have in common? You can see, touch, and get in them all at the Children's Center's 12th annual Touch a Truck free event held at the Nick on Sunday, September 13th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is our 12th year with the Touch a Truck event, and has proven to be a huge success that the entire community looks forward to. Over 30 vehicles will be lined up around the Nick for children of all ages to play in and on and have photos taken with different vehicles. Sarah Morgan and Annie Gillespie are co-chairing the event with support from the Children's Center staff, board members, and volunteers. We will also be utilizing the Wolfeboro Police Department to control traffic and parking. Hope to see you there.
Any questions? Anybody from the public? Okay.
Comment, in addition to Touch a Truck, that was a great place for Wolfeboro PD to show off rigs.
Right.
Riggs has passed on.
Right, yeah. We enjoyed that.
All right.
So Dave,
Motion?
I'll move to issue a temporary event permit for children and adults alike to get fingerprints all over the town vehicles at the Children's Center Touch a Truck on September 13, 2026, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Nick on Trotting Track Road, permit number 2026-23.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 18th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit. Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department to host Arbor Day service event on May 1st, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Fossfield, McKinney Park, Clark Complex, Cary Beach, permit 2026-24.
Good evening, Bo Betts from Milfoil Parks and Recreation. This is our annual Arbor Day event that we have here in town. We have been a Tree City USA town for 43 years now. This is our second annual Arbor Day of Service event, where we work alongside local arborists and tree care professionals to enhance our town's green space by planting. This year, we'll be planting 8 trees. In 2025, we successfully planted 21 trees. So this year, we will be planting trees at Fossfield, McKinney Park, Clark Complex, and Cary Beach.
Cool.
Any questions from anybody? Board?
What are your species?
What type of trees?
Yes.
So we will be planting at Fossfield 6 trees. 1 would be a red maple, and then 5 are ornamental trees. I'm not sure which species of ornamental trees they are. At McKinney Park, we'll be planting a balsam fir, and at Cary Beach, a red maple, and I believe at the Clark Complex, we'll be planting a red maple as well.
Oh, you got that.
Linda?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Pinio. The tree removal and replacement capital reserve, is that where this is coming out of?
Yeah, I believe this is funds that was already approved last year by the board for these plantings this coming spring.
Has it been taken out? I looked at what's in the annual report, and I couldn't tell whether I didn't see it taken out, and so I would like that. I have no problem going on, but I just would like us to check on that.
Where the money's coming from.
Yeah, that there was enough, and I'm assuming that there is, but I just, doesn't look like it from what I see. I can't tell whether some was taken out or what.
I think it's already been
Removed?
and paid for, but I will.
Okay, that would, just to check that out.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to temporary event permit for Parks and Rec to host Arbor Day service on May 1, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Foss Field, McKinney Park, Clark Complex, and Cary Beach. Permit number 2026-24.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And we'll just get a confirmation that the
Jim,
money's someplace.
Yeah, Jim,
where it has
I'd
to
just
be
be interested to know whether it's in or out of that amount.
Okay, the Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department to host a bike and walk day event on May 8, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. to Town Hall and Huggins Hospital, permit 2026-25.
This is our annual bike and walk day where we encourage anybody from the community, staff, students, to bike or walk to school. We have 2 stations where we collaborate with Huggins Hospitals, so they will have a station set up in front of the hospital where Parks and Recreation will be set up here in the front of Town Hall in the parking lot. We'll have the lot closed from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. We provide a free breakfast, a free continental breakfast to all participants at both stations, coffee, baked goods, fruit, juice. And this is just to get people to get outside, exercise, promote an alternative transportation and healthy living.
Cool.
Any questions?
Would you like a motion?
Yep.
I move to issue a temporary event permit to the Wolfeboro Park and Recreation Department to host a bike and walk day event on May 8, 2026 from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the Town Hall and Huggins Hospital, permit number 2026-25. And this is a neat event to see everybody walking up and down Main Street. I really enjoy it, so.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit, Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department to host the 17th annual Stacy Burns 5K event on May 9, 2026 from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Town Hall. We're starting here. Permit 2026-26.
This is the 17th annual Stacy Burns 5K. That's a fundraiser to support the Stacy Burns Scholarship Fund. The race goes from here at Town Hall down to Crescent Lake School and back. The race takes place on sidewalks. Traffic and crowd control are set with volunteers at intersections of Main Street and Center Street.
Any questions from anybody? Board?
Move to approve a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Parks and Rec to host the 17th annual Stacy Burns 5K event on May 9, 2026 from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Town Hall and throughout the course. Permit number 2026-26.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
This is the last one. Wolfeboro Select Board will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, March 18, 2026, 6:30 p.m. to consider a temporary event permit Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department host a Food Truck Fridays and Movies on the Hill event, July 10th, 24th, August 7th, 21st, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., 390 Pine Hill Road, permit 2026-27.
This is our second year of doing this. It was a big hit last year. Food Truck Fridays, Movies on the Hill is 4 separate dates, July 7th, the 24th, August 7th, and August 21st. The event is a free event for anybody in the community to come to Pop Whalen facility. We have 3 to 5 food trucks, music, cornhole, and other activities. It's just a great way to get out to Pop Whalen and Abenaki, try some different food from all the different food trucks, and then after they start serving food, we move to having a movie on the hill at Abenaki.
Any questions? Linda?
Yeah, the diagram you provided for us only has 4 trucks. Where is the 5th one supposed to go?
That 5th truck last year, we were able to put on the Pop side of the parking lot. There's plenty of room in between the 2 trucks that you see on the diagram.
Okay, I
Question
see.
though is, if we don't show that, does that create any risk concern by the fire department?
I thought we had come up with 5 spaces, and I thought, well, I would see a map. We should see a map with 5 spaces.
I agree. Can you update the map?
Yeah, I can update the map.
That would be perfect.
We do close off that. Where the food trucks are placed are on the side of Pop Whalen heading up towards Abenaki.
Mm-hmm.
We do close off that portion of the parking lot to foot traffic only as well, just to...
Yeah, my mind recalls that we thrashed that last time we did it, that we just wanted to make sure traffic from the PD's point of view and the fire department, from the fire department, so you just update the map.
Absolutely.
All right. Can you do that like tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, good, cool.
So I'll move to issue a temporary event permit for the Wolfeboro Parks and Rec Department to host Food Truck Fridays on and Movies on the Hill on July 10th, July 24th, August 7th, and August 21st, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at 390 Pine Hill Road, permit number 2026-27.
Subject to updating the map
Subject
to include
to
5 spaces.
Yeah, subject to an updated map showing the 5 food truck
We'll
locations.
second that.
Okay,
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is the bulk vote. This is weekly manifests, current use applications or updates, intent to cuts, property tax credits and exemptions, and a raffle permit.
Including a picture of the raffle ticket. Show them the raffle ticket, there you go. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a motion to approve A through E, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the bulk vote items A through E inclusive.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is appointments. Scott Ducharme wants to be appointed to the Town Roads Committee.
Anybody else that wanted to speak?
All righty. Scott Ducharme. Hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. So I really don't want to be here, but I feel like I have no choice because I'm just tired of the way things are going with our roads. Just a little bit background about me, in case people don't know who I am. Most people do. I lived here almost my entire life. Went to school right over here at Carpenter School, and it was 1 through 6th. I got my truck driving license right here in this very building in 1981, heavy commercial license, and been doing this construction work, anything to do with roads or digging a cellar hole. I got my septic license, and 2003. So, you know, I've been doing it for a long time. I take pride in my work, and I just want to let people know, you know, that I'm not up, just spouting off, not knowing what I'm talking about. So, some people might remember when Route 28 out here looked like the Iraq War was going on, and it was unbelievable. You're hitting potholes for a couple of years. It was just unbelievable. So one day I finally had enough, and I had some leftover asphalt from a job, and I started patching the road myself, right in the middle of the road. And that got the state's attention. About 2 months later, they repaved the road. And that was a few years ago. So anyway, I used to plow for the state too. I plowed for the state for in 1981. I rode wing with Brad Harriman's truck. Plowed for the state when I was just a kid, and then when I bought my own truck back in the 90s, I plowed for the state for 7 years with my own truck, Route 16, 153, 28, 171. So anyway, I'm going to talk about the roads as far as the winter time, since it's winter time, and everybody can see. For some reason, it's probably my fault, because I complain so much about the overuse of salt, so much to everybody. Everybody's sick of me preaching about stop putting so much salt in the roads. But I was so mad because it's ruining everybody's vehicles, plus the environment, you know. And I see, you know, just the state, biggest abusers, just running salt out, 40 degrees out, it's raining, they're putting salt out. They just want to get rid of it, or they want to get their overtime in or whatever. So I was just sick of the oversalting of the roads. So I don't know if it's my fault, but I know that maybe Linda knows, I don't know, but I complain so much that now we're sanding the roads. And the sand on the road, it's unbelievable. Looks like we get dirt roads on all our paved roads. And that's not good, because there's salt in the sand. People think, oh, sand's better. But, well, not really, because you got to put a lot of salt in the sand to keep the sand from freezing when you put it in the sander and it's 20 degrees out. So it goes out the sander and doesn't get stuck and frozen in the sand, because the straight sand will freeze within a half an hour. You won't even get it out of the sander. So our town is our guys go out and they sand, and it seems like they just, every time they make a pass, they got to put sand out. And you don't have to do that. You know, when I plow for the state, if I was doing like 153, kind of a curvy, hilly road or whatever, you'd put out a little sand on the hills and the corners or whatever. But when you're mostly plowing, you're trying not to, if it's snowing hard or whatever, you don't need to put out all this material. So when you put salt out, you put it down the center of the line, and it keeps the roads from compacting. You don't want the roads to compact, because when they get compacted, you're going down the road and you say, boom, 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 it feels like you get a flat tire. So anyway, I just wish that the town selectmen would just say, let's go back to salting the roads like we did before. I know you got to sand the dirt roads, yes, and but we don't need. We're using like way more sand and salt than we need to. It's just ridiculous. You don't need that much salt, especially, you know, it all depends on the temperature and stuff like that too. But if we could just go back to salting our roads and just use less. And save some money, and save the environment, and save our vehicles from rotting out in 5 to 10 years. That's why I get so worked up about all this. And the other thing is, you know, some of these guys that work, you know, these guys that work for the town, they don't make a lot of money, and they want their overtime, and so if this is what I would propose, if somebody was working for me, and all these guys are working for me, and they were, you know, I had contracts for like a mall or a bunch of roads or something, and if these guys were saving me money and still keeping the roads clear, and they were using like saving 1/3 of the salt, or saving half, or using only half the material, what I would do is I would give them a kickback at the end of the season, see how they did. And if as long as they were keeping up with the roads and they're doing a good job, give them a bonus at the end of the year or something, you know? Throw them a bone. But it seems like, no, they want to just they want to go out there and they want to, not just the town, the state, they just want to go out and use it up, and make multiple trips. When you're putting sand on the roads too, you ever notice in your driveway sometimes you get a snow bank and it's got snow on it? The sand actually keeps the sun from melting that snow. And that's what happens. These guys are going over and over and over their beat with the sand, and the roads aren't bearing up. So they're wearing not only are they wearing the trucks out, making multiple runs when they could just put a bead of salt down, then go in and hang out, watch the TV or whatever for 2.5, 3 hours, and then go back up and clean it and maybe hit it again, maybe it might not need it. You know, it depends on the temperature, like I said. So they're wearing themselves out because it's not easy being in a truck for 10, 15, 20 hours at a time. It's not easy, wears on you. But if you can get out there and do your job and do it, you know, correctly, say, you can go back and hang out and whatever. But if the road's not bearing up because you keep putting salt on it and the sun's not hitting it because the sun's not penetrating the blacktop, you're just going over and over and over the same road, why isn't it the road cleaning up? And then after the roads are all clean, the storm's over, our roads are a mess for 3 or 4 days when the state roads are dry as a bone. And all that sand is getting up underneath our frames of our vehicles with salt in it. At least salt will dissolve. You can go to the car wash and rinse the salt out from underneath the car. Once that sand gets underneath the chassis, all in the nooks and crannies, it's there forever. It's gonna sit there and eat away at your beautiful $80,000 pickup truck or whatever you're driving.
Thank you, Scott.
So I got a question. So when you talk about the oversanding, would you say that keeps the roads wet and creates roads to crack more because of the moisture?
Well, of course. If you have a road that's wet all the time, it's just like anything. If you have a car that's wet all the time, like if you lived out in Seattle, it's always wet and the cars rust faster, right? So yes, if the roads are drier at the end of the storm, then the roads favor. It's a good thing because then you're not going to get, if you get a pothole or a puddle or whatever, it's going to dry up faster. And then you get a hard freeze overnight, if the roads aren't dry, it pops the pavement, pops that layer out, and it's not good.
So the other thing there is it keeps the moisture off the road, and then the roads don't split because the frost doesn't go down into them.
Absolutely, and then you don't have to go out the next morning either to hit them again. Right? It's just it's crazy what we're doing, and I just don't understand. You know, I've tried to talk to Steve about it, and he doesn't want to. Numerous times. So that's why I'm here. I don't want to be telling him how to do his job, but believe me, I could do the job. I don't want the job, but I could do it. And I could save the town a lot of money.
So I noticed that the state does do their roads different than we do them. They put down either a saline solution.
Brine.
Well, sometimes.
They put down a brine, or they salt before a storm.
Right, pre-salting.
And then they use mostly salt and very little sand.
Right.
And we're doing it reverse. I know that DOT has standards on how to install culverts and what to use for road bases and other things. I wonder if they have a standard, they probably do, for how to maintain roads based on conditions, the amount of use of the road, so on and so on. Maybe it's something we can look at. And I'd like to also maybe take a look at and see how we can do this and make sure that we don't trip a liability issue. Because I know that we have to maintain the roads a certain way because there has to be liability. And that's something that maybe we can look to Primex, our insurance company, and see, is there anything in our policy that says roads have to be cleared this way, that way, some other way?
Well, I know that. Well, let's get back to a couple things here about sanding the roads.
Well, I don't want to really interrupt you, Scott, but we're here to appoint you to the committees, so I think that's where some of it should be addressed.
No, there's no committee appointment. It's an appointment for Scott to talk with you as the board about
It's a meeting.
his
Misunderstood.
Right.
Keep going.
So getting back to having a lot of sand on the roads, it takes longer for the roads to dry up, to bear up. More trips, like I said, for the guys to go out, wear and tear on the equipment. You know, you're wearing your chains out on your sand. You're wearing out your cutting edge. Not only that, you're wearing all the yellow lines and the white fog line off the roads. Did you notice that we have no more lines on our roads? That's expensive when you have to go repaint all the roads again, isn't it? And what about where all this sand's going? It's going into all our drains, our catch basins. It's going into the brooks and streams. It's going on the edges of the road where there might be nice moss growing and all the vegetation. It's ridiculous. And then we got to clean it all up. The high cost of cleaning it up. All these catch basins that we have. I think Wolfeboro's got the highest amount of catch basins in any town in the state. It's ridiculous. That's Dave Ford's fault. But anyway, that's whatever. But
Not to name names.
And the other thing is, okay, so I'm wearing glasses. I hope that I'm not going to be in a couple of months. I want to get an operation on my eyes. But anybody that has to wear glasses and drive at night, and that you got another vehicle coming at you, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that fog line, and I can't see it. I can't even see the yellow line. So it's a safety issue. Someone could get killed because you can't see the yellow or white line. You know, it's really not a joke. Like I said, we could save so much money. I guarantee if I ran that highway department for 1 year, I could save at least a third of the salt, if not half. Because you don't need, when I plowed the community bank, I plowed that since like 1991 when it first opened up, and I don't do it anymore. I haven't done it in about 3 years. But I used to see the town trucks go by like while I'm down there for an hour, they go by 3 times to salt the road. I'd be out there sometimes with a bucket of salt, like feeding the chickens, and the pavements bare. They're just overusing the salt. There's no need of it. I don't know if it's because everybody says, oh, they got to use it up or they're not going to get the next year. They're not going to get the money to replenish. Well, I think that's a bunch of crap. Take that money and put it into pavement, into the hot top. So, salt costs over $100 a ton. Asphalt costs less than $100 a ton. We could be paving roads with the money that we save wasting salt. It doesn't make any sense. So that's if anybody's got any questions on the salt for the wintertime maintenance, I'm going to switch to a kind of a little bit of a different subject here. So anyway, please consider doing this, please, for everybody's sake. Go back to salting the roads, but just use less of it. Everybody will be happier. But anyway, okay. So the town roads are a mess, and I don't agree with repaving Sewell Road. I think that's crazy. For one, before you can even repave it, I sent a bunch of pictures to you guys.
Got 'em.
So I just went down the other day, like about 500 feet down Sewell Road, You've got catch basins. The catch basins weren't even raised up. The manhole covers weren't even raised up the last time they paved it, which was a couple years ago, I think. So what are you going to do? Put another inch on it, an inch and a half, or whatever they're going to put on for an overlay, and the manhole covers we're going to be really sinking into the manhole, falling into the manhole covers. That road's not that bad. We've got roads that are totally falling apart. Has anybody been up Beach Pond Road and headed down Brown Road, that little stretch of road right there? That road isn't even barely passable in a vehicle. It's unbelievable how that just a little short section of road. They should fix that road next instead of fixing Sewell Road. Sewell Road could wait a couple, 3 more years or whatever. Forest Road's a mess. It's an absolute mess. I've been saying the service cuts when somebody goes and digs the road up, they never go back and fix it or do it correctly. They don't compact it with water and put water in there. And like I said, Brian, how many years has it been you go down Forest Road and fall in those first 3 service cuts, water cuts that they cut for the water, right? And they just leave them. Everybody just falls in them. They don't go and fix them. So just to give you a quick example here, North Line Road, some of you get those pictures of North Line Road, a bunch of potholes. You can't even avoid falling into them. So for a couple, 3 years, these potholes were on North Line Road. And I asked Tony, can you fix these potholes before the asphalt plant closes? You know, what does he do? He waits till the last day in November for the asphalt plant to close to patch these potholes. You can't do that. You can't do it unless it's about a 70-degree day. It's not going to stick. So that was a waste of money. The first time they plowed, a couple weeks later, it was all in the ditch. So I've been fighting with them or asking them to please fix the road, to fix those potholes. And when you do fix them next time, pick up a bucket of emulsion, tack. You get it right at the plant when you get your asphalt. It's tack, they call it. It looks like brown. Looks like chocolate milk. You put it in the hole, the pothole, and on the edges, and it helps the pavement stick better, so it doesn't pop out. They don't do that. So anyway, I talked to Steve Randall the other day. He knew that I was coming here, and he wanted to know politely, can I get you anything? Can I, anything, you need or whatever? And I told him my concerns, just like I'm telling you now. He kind of had a heads up what was going on, what I was going to be here for. So, like I said, for 3 years, all these potholes on North Line Road, nothing being done about it. What do you think happened when I went down North Line Road this week? Oh, they're all filled in with coal patch. Well, that's great, but that should have been done like, coal patch, for one, is only a fix in the wintertime when you really need to fix a pothole. So he fixed them, but it's not fixed right. Really, they need to be all cut out and put in hot mix. Should have just waited like another month and a half, and you could just fix them right. Now you got to dig them all out to fix them right and do it all over again. So he just did that because he wanted to make it look like something was getting done. But I've been waiting for 3 years. When he knew that I was coming here, he finally got the guys to go out there and do it. But it was a half, what kind of a job. So here's a good example of something that really irritates me. Is I was hauling up to Stoneham Road this fall, and 100 loads I took up there. And College Road's another mess. Part of it's good, but part of it's so bad that you got to ride on the other side of the road just before, was it Frost Corner, where Stoddard Road I think is. You got to drive on the other side of the road. It's so alligated, caved and sunken in that your truck feels like, I can't imagine what it would feel like in a logging truck. But in my dump truck, my truck's like this. I got to go out into the other side of the road to go around. So anyway, and a ton of potholes up that road too. And so I'm trucking. I trucked 100 loads up there. I hated every minute of it. There's a tree branch hanging down in the road. My truck's pretty tall. so most people wouldn't know. But it kept hitting the roof of my big truck and kept hitting the antenna. I couldn't avoid it. If the cars are coming, you know, people must think that I'm drunk driving my truck half the time. So anyway, I finally had enough of it, and I climbed up on my headboard of my dump truck, and I got a piece of surveyor's tape, and I taped it to the branch that was hanging down in the road, thinking that because the town was out there cutting brush back on that road in October, and instead of getting the roads, which that kind of work should be done this time of year, in between snowstorms and when there's not much going on, that's when you want to be cutting your brush back, not in the fall and in the summer, and especially in the fall. You want to make sure that all your roads are all sealed up. All the potholes are fixed. That way, when you go out and you plow and treat the roads, they're not going to fall apart, because if you're throwing all this material, salt on these roads that are all cracked and broken down, it just makes matters worse. So instead of those guys going out and fixing, getting the road ready for winter, they were out there while I was doing that 100 loads, cutting back brush, little tiny trees like this that were like 30 feet off the road. I couldn't believe it. And in the meantime, I got a tree branch hanging that's hitting my truck and slapping my mirrors on the same road, and they're off the road 30 feet. And I was like, who's supervising these guys? I'm not blaming the guys that are running the chipper and the chainsaw. I'm blaming the guy that should be supervising these guys and teaching them some stuff and telling them and saying, we shouldn't be doing this time of year. And who the hell wants to wear protective chainsaw clothing and running a chainsaw when in warm weather? I sure don't. So anyway, I put the ribbon on the tree, and sure enough, finally, my antenna broke. And so I had to get a new one. By the way, there was only 18 in the world left. My truck's old. I bought 3 of them. So I had to fix my antenna. And then finally I called Tony, and I said, Tony, can you fix this, cut this tree branch? And the next day it was fixed. That's great. Why should I have to tell the foreman what to do and when to do it? It's like not my job. Right? It's ridiculous. So that was that fiasco for 100 loads. That was unbelievable. Like I said, some of the roads that are really bad, I already mentioned. Wambach's terrible. So Wambach's awful. Awful. And I saw last fall somebody painted all it looked like they were going to shim it, do something. Because I painted the roads all the time. There's no big secret. The town probably owes me like at least a case of orange paint. So anyway, I see the roads all shimmed up. All ready. It looks like they're going to shim it or do something with it. And then it doesn't happen. I asked the town, what's going on? Oh, they took that money away from us, and they blamed it on you guys. The highway department blamed it on you guys and said, no, we're not going to do that. Just like Tony, when I asked Tony to fix the potholes on College Road, he said they didn't have any coal patch. Who doesn't have coal patch? You always buy coal patch in the fall, at least a 10-wheeler load to have it for emergencies and stuff, right? I don't know. Someone told me, I think it was John, told me that someone complained about a pothole and they filled it in with gravel. Well, if you don't have coal patch, go down to Bradley's. They got plenty of it. Well, what are you putting gravel in it for? Now you got to go fix it again. It's just like, talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Service cuts, when somebody comes into town and they do a job and they put a water line in or whatnot, they never take the time to compact it in lifts. And then it sinks in and we are going to drive in it for years. Why doesn't the town say, listen, we're not going to give you, we're going to hold back some money until you go back and fix that. I did one about three years ago on where Libby Museum is, that road there. Oh, I forget what it is. Lang Pond Road?
Yes, that's Lang Pond.
I did one, the second house up on the right. Had to do a water service, and I did it all in one day. Went to the asphalt plant. I had two guys helping me, and I had a big compactor, and I put so much water on that when I was compacting it, the thing was like, it was starting to get to be jello. So I knew it was compacted pretty good. I had to put a smaller plate compactor on it, and then I went and got a load of hot mix, and I did it. And you drive over that right now, and you wouldn't even know that there was a service cut there. So why can't these guys do it right? I don't understand. Have pride in your work. If you're going to do something, do it right. But they don't go. But somebody comes in town and cuts a hole in our roads. They let them get away with it. Look at when you turn on by Napa. All those ones there by the across from the electric, the place that sells the electric, and where Dewey's used to be, sold chainsaws and stuff. That's all sunken down. That was just done. Who's gonna fix that now? Us? Someone already got paid for doing that. It's just ridiculous. It drives me nuts. Oh my God. What's that? Oh, just not much to go here. Am I boring everybody? I was going to ask. Well, everybody should listen to me because I know what I'm talking about. If somebody thinks they know more than me, come up and tell me how it's done because I'd like to learn something tonight.
Right here.
Dave, so this goes back to the thing that I've been talking about for a year and a half now, that we should have an engineering committee in town with people who have spent their life doing building constructions, road constructions, drainage construction, all these, and we should have a group of citizens with one or two select board members that look at projects and things that need to be done in town and just report back to the select board on it. This would give us more eyes and ears out in the town. It wouldn't be a liability issue because they wouldn't be telling anybody what to do, but they would be giving us guidance and direction on things. We should use the expertise of the citizens in the town to do this.
Yeah. So Middleton Road, that got paved. Brooks out of Freedom did that. They did an awesome job. If anybody's been on Middleton Road. So what did Steve do last year?
Chip sealed it.
He chip sealed it. You take a perfectly flat road, beautiful road, and you put that crap on it, and now it's holding. Now when it rains, it holds moisture. Chip seal, I hate it. It ruins the road, ruins your beautiful surface, and now what's going to happen eventually, because it's not a flat surface. Water's it doesn't dry up right away. Chip seal's good if you got a road that you're just trying to that's 10 years old and you want to get another couple of years out of it. You don't go and chip seal a road like that's brand new. That is asinine. That's that. And then the other thing is, I know that I got a couple of buddies here of mine that are back here, and I don't know if they're going to talk or not, but Jay back here, he told me one thing that he was pretty irritated with the town. We had a pretty good ice storm a couple weeks ago, really pretty slick. It started raining probably about 6 or 7 at night. And it was drizzling and it was cold. The ground was cold. And I went out and to let my dogs out, and everything was iced up pretty hard. It was the granite, the steps. I went out to put wood in my stove outside, my wood boiler, and the pavement out there almost landed on my butt. So, I don't have anything pressing. I've had a lot of roads over the years that I took care of, but didn't have anything pressing. So I said, no, I'll deal with this tomorrow. But the town, they didn't come out until 5 o'clock that morning, according to Jay. Jay has all of Hidden Valley to plow, to treat, plow and sand. And he tried to get up to Hidden Valley, and he couldn't even make it. He called Randall, I guess, And Randall said, we're not going out until 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, what the hell's that? If it's that, I could see if you don't want to go out all night, if you're going to get 4 inches overnight, people can get through that. I understand. But when you get a storm like that, ice, you need to be out there and treating it. And you should have been pre-treating it, so that, you don't crash your truck going down a hill trying to treat it, right? You want to pre-treat it. So he said here one night on one of the meetings that he doesn't, he reminds me like what the state does now. It's unbelievable. He said that he doesn't want the guys going out and plowing all night. Well, that's fine, but for one, you're taking away their overtime, because they can even if it's a small storm, they can at least get some overtime in. I want the guys to make money. I think they deserve a raise. The guys down, way down here, because $25 an hour or whatever, $20 an hour they're making isn't peanuts. You can't. Everybody knows that's not much money nowadays. So he said his guys aren't going out and plowing all night. Well, then at least have them at the highway garage and pay them, even so that they're if they do need to go out and make a run. But you can't. You have to go out when there's storms. What about the people that have to go to work, have to go to the hospital? What about the police and the fire? They're still out on the roads. No one's supposed to go out on the roads because they don't want to go out until 5 o'clock in the morning? That's ridiculous.
Okay.
Right? You guys agree with me or what? Linda looks like she is, I guess. Yes, no, I don't know. So anyway, like I said, they should be out making the money, even if they don't want to come in. I guess that's their prerogative, but I think they should be out there definitely when there's a bad ice storm. You should be getting out there. You should be looking at the weather and seeing what the ground temperature is, and knowing that when that rain, drizzle, or whatever it is, usually it's drizzle, is going to hit the pavement, you want to be out there before that. You don't want to be called out and get caught with your pants down, right? Like the state did a few years ago, Christmas morning, and they were all opening presents. We got a bad ice storm, and one of the town trucks got hit. The town was sanding the state roads. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Somebody got killed in the state because of that, over that storm. But that's what the state does. They just stay in all night. But they don't go out and plow, but they stay in the shed all night, and they make the rest of us struggle on their roads. I remember that bad storm that we had last year or the year before, where all the trees were coming down and we had so much snow and all the wires were coming down. The state was, I was struggling to keep my roads open up in Tuftonboro. I was driving through 8 to 10, 12 inches of snow. My truck felt like I was in a pinball machine all the way to Tuftonboro, to Banfield Road and Winter Harbor Way. And they were in the garage sleeping all night. They should have been out there. If I was out there, they should have been out there. Like I said, what about the rest of us? But that's like, I feel like he's got the mentality that that's what the state does, so that's okay, what we should do here. That's bull. So one other thing that I think that is important is the right equipment. The town should be buying the right equipment and giving these guys the right equipment to do the job right. To be able to do their job easier and with ease. And so they bought a track excavator a few years ago, and I said that was stupid. I guess if you can afford to have a track excavator, but before you have a track excavator, you should have an excavator on wheels, so you can drive the roads and do all your ditching, and it's not hurting the pavement. And we should have why are we renting a roller, a big vibe roller? Steve told me that they were paying almost much a month to rent this roller as it would to buy it. And another thing that the town should think about letting these guys buy and give them the money, give them some money, because the fire department gets all the money, It's ridiculous. And all these buildings and everything get all the money. They bought a new skid steer, a high-flow skid steer. And you can put attachments on it. They need to get a little milling machine attachment for that skid steer, so that when they do a service cut or anything, or they want to mill the pavement down, like for instance, there's a speed bump at Beach Pond, coming down Beach Pond and Trotting Track Road, because when they patched it, they made like a speed bump. They overcompensated on the asphalt, and it's too high. You could take that little planer and plane that thing right down nice and smooth it right out nice. But we don't have one. We don't have an excavator on tires. Every town does. Even the town of Tuftonboro has one, but Wolfeboro doesn't. So anyway, I don't know. You got any questions before I hang it up?
We're good.
Lots of good information, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Scott.
I guess I'm done.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, next on our agenda is Hearthstone Homes Pilot 2025.
Yeah, so a couple weeks back, you had approved the pilot for 2026. I was advised by assessing that the 2025 had not been done. I've provided you a spreadsheet laying out the history back to 2015, which shows the assessed valuation, the tax rate at the time, the full pilot amount, and the pilot amount in which the Board of Selectmen discounted for Hearthstone Homes. It seems logical to me that it would be consistent with what we approved for 2026, and that's what you have in the motion. The assessing office has agreed with this, but it's your discretion as to what exactly you'd like to do with the 2025 pilot.
Okay, if I read this correctly, the amount that we're looking at is $37,613.30. Am I correct, Jim?
That's the full amount. The discounted amount would be $17,940.69, which would be consistent with 2026. The 2024 pilot was $18,959.38.
All right, I'll make a motion that we, in a pilot of $17,940.60.
69?
For 2025.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
We need to sign that tonight. You need that signed tonight, Jim?
Probably in the...
You'll be in the packet.
I'm not sure if it's in the signature folder or not. I'll have to check.
Okay. Sign this one.
Okay, next on our agenda is the Kingswood Golf Course discretionary easement.
Yeah, so in your memo, the town attorney and the assessing office did connect. At the time of putting the memo together, the attorney was not in complete agreement with the assessing office. The attorney did some more diligence regarding the history here, and I believe I sent this to the full board on Tuesday morning, where the attorney recommends that the board continue with the proposed discretionary easement if we want to preserve the undevelopable land. I don't think that consent decree sufficiently protects the club from selling off the land for developmental purposes. So the attorney is in agreement that we should continue the discretionary easement as we have historically.
Okay, Sebastian Tordonato representing Kingswood Golf Club. I talked about the discretionary easement last time we met. and I presented what it was, what it wasn't, and I tried to clarify some points that had been made, which I thought were in error. So if I can go through that all again, or I can just entertain questions if you have them.
I had some of those questions, and at this point, I'm willing to make a motion that we grant the discretionary easement to the Kingswood Country Club, or Golf Club.
Second.
So
Any questions for Sebastian?
the only thing that I will mention is I did do a little research too, and the discretionary easement protects us, and if the club can sell the land with a discretionary easement, it's not a lien. It follows the land in the language that we have. We could also, if we want to at some time, not for this, but add to the discretionary easement that if they ever did decide to sell, that we would have the right to buy it at market price or something like that if we wanted to keep it as a community golf club or make sure that it wasn't developed going on further. So there are things that we can do. The easement's a good thing. We should have it, and we should just look going forward other ways to even protect the open space more.
I got the text that you sent me, and
You got the sense that what, I'm sorry?
he had sent me a text about being able to sell the land, and I guess there was some precedent to that.
What was the nature of the text?
The text was that you could sell the land, and it gave a precedent from one town that they had a case where that happened. My answer to that is the club is not for sale.
Correct.
It's not for sale, won't be for sale. We're trying to do this to protect the land from development, and that's what is in the community interest for you guys. And if there is a question about that, or trying to protect the land, right now the discretionary easement is for 10 years. If you would like to make it for 20 or 30, we'll gladly accept that.
No. Our attorney recommended 10.
Okay. So
Mr. Senecal, I believe we have a motion and a second and to move forward here. Call the question.
Okay. All those in favor of this, for the Kingswood Golf Course discretionary easement?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You're good to go.
good, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, next on our agenda is Abenaki Trails Planning, Greater Wolfeboro, Denver.
So you have in your packet a request from the Abenaki group regarding additional trail work. You have a memo from me that outlines some concerns which Parks and Rec has relative to the existing ski trails and bike trail interface on Headwall and Freeway. Concern there is the volume of snowmaking required to make that trail skiable. Additionally, there's a concern about additional build-out of trails which could compromise the glade ski areas, which there's a significant concern from a large number of skiers. At the time of the memo last Friday afternoon, I had not received feedback regarding proximity to spray fields and whatnot. However, I received that Monday morning, which I forwarded to the board. The only concern that was identified there was Filter Bed Road will be used for a staging area for the Mill Street sewer pump station work that'll be again this fall, and they'll start staging equipment this summer. Trail crossing in proximity of spray fields roads and interface between vehicle traffic and bicycle traffic. Need for better signage around the sludge road, and the trail proximity to the main spray field line, the main feed line, and the fact that riders must stay off the slopes for the retention pond the affluent. Those are the items of concern. I believe Chris is here to speak on behalf of what they'd like to do, and Bo Betts is here if there's questions regarding the interface in the ski area. Chris?
Sure. Yeah.
Before,
yes.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and Jim, thanks for the synopsis. Concerning items in the document, and I just wrote a note to myself when it's all done. Who owns the responsibility to fix this?
So, well, Chris Dow, the Greater Wolfeboro Member Organization. Whose responsibility? I mean, I think this is the first time I'm hearing all of this stuff, so...
so new news to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't heard, I submitted the plan of what to talk to Amy, and I heard that she would get back to me, and nobody got back to me, but we saw we were on the agenda, so I'm here. So that's, I came to speak to the presentation that we prepared. I mean, I don't remember all of those things that were just brought up in, in that long list there. I think that's something that we could obviously talk to or talk about, you know, and also we do have some new members in the group. I'm no longer the president. We have a new president sitting back over here. I just figured for continuity's sake, I could speak to the presentation because it's, you know, a continuation of all the previous work that we've done. You know, if there are concerns, I think the one trail that would be proposed that would come down through the glades, you know, I think that's something I think I even post as like a nice to have, but that's, you know, if there are issues with the skiing side of things, we get it. You know, we're not going to push that. The snowmaking bit, I believe we talked through that a year or two ago. The group that walked when that trail was constructed 2-3 years ago, they were all in agreement with the way that was crossing the trail, that everything was going to be fine and there was no issue back then. But if there is an issue now, I mean, we can definitely talk through it.
I thought there was an issue.
I don't know if there's other things you want
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm just trying
I think I did, right?
Yeah.
Sorry
So
about that.
can I address that right now?
Just if I could just, one more question. So how did this start? Where did you get the input on this, Jim?
Chris submitted this to Amy for review. I reached out to Bo Betts, the operations manager for Abenaki. He advised me of the concerns that he had, so I put those down, and then I reached out to the Director of Public Works, and his operations manager provided the response, which I had forwarded to you.
Okay. So so you haven't seen this?
No.
Okay. We had input from Bo.
Yep.
You didn't get a, hey, what's going on? Okay, good. Okay. So sorry for catching you, you know, on the side of the head. Proceed.
Okay. Yeah. No. So I think so the presentation doesn't work tonight?
No.
Okay. So there's a few things in that deck or the slideshow, and I'll try to go off the top of my head. You know, first and foremost, we did introduce some new. Actually, yeah, that would.
Yeah. I made a note to buy pizza on the way home, so that doesn't go. Okay.
Yeah, so there is an update. We did put in here we have a new president, Steve Clark, and a new treasurer, Michael Dubois. So those are new folks that have taken position. And then also one of the things that we put in here was highlighting some of the work days we did. I know, Linda, this was something you had asked that you wanted to start seeing. So this is something that Steve had started managing, and I took out a lot of the things that pertain to Abenaki specifically, where we did do work days where there were a lot of people there. Then there was also individuals that were going out, and we did let people know to let us know if if people are just out raking or doing things. This probably isn't every single thing that people did out there, but I think it's a good selection of 10, 15 different things on here of actual planned days where people were going out and maintaining Abenaki, because I know this again was something that the town wanted to see and make sure that if we are overseeing the property, that we are actually overseeing the property. I think the last bit on here was the kind of the oversight of the construction, which was something that, myself and I know a lot of folks did go out and walk with the trail builders and prior to and during and after, I don't know if we went out after, but, throughout the whole process to make sure that the trail work that was proposed last year got put into the places that everything was flagged. I think there was one deviation that we talked about where we reflagged it, remapped it, that was agreed upon. So I think really the gist of last year was that we felt that the work went really well. And it was, I know one of the things I had mentioned that I was excited about is that this trail would be one of the ones I think that people would really enjoy. And I think it was the most talked about enhancement to that network that we've got the feedback. There's people in town that, I was actually surprised. They were like, oh, that's an amazing new trail that was put in. I was out there riding with my, granddaughter, things like that. So I think that's exactly the feedback that we wanted to hear on that green downhill. So that I just think last year went really well. And again, I think the goal of our collaboration is always to continue to build upon the work we've done in the past and make sure that there's no issues. I think there's one thing that I do want to throw out there that I don't know if Steve has mentioned, but we did mention to Amy, but just wanted, I think we were like $2,000 under budget maybe. So we were just trying to figure out what.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
We were about $2,000 under budget. So that was something I think we asked Amy to look into. So I'm just curious. I mean, I don't need an answer tonight or anything, but that's something that, as far as our project, it went well, it was done, it was, there's no financial issues, that, everything was well received. So with all of that said, what we did mark out here was for the 2026 work was to and I think a lot of us that were out there in the woods, we did point out in there, things are flagged for the work that was not approved last year that we were hoping to kind of finish this year, which is the new entrance off of Filter Bed. I do understand that there's, as Jim just mentioned, there's going to be potential staging for some work like there was in the past. I think that there's, the volume of people out there, it's not like we have hundreds of cars at a time. I think the ability to park there is probably not going to be impacted because, as Dawson's was staging all the other stuff, we could still park in there. But ultimately, the goal was to have a path that goes straight into the woods and doesn't go onto the double track cross-country ski trails and crosses into where all of the trails kind of come together and terminate and start. And that's really the goal of all of this, is to get the bike trails off of the cross-country ski trails or any of the, so that, we're maintaining stuff in the woods and the ski area is maintaining their trails. So that's the new entrance from Filter Bed parking lot. So again, that was flagged. We pointed it out. I know we talked about it when we were walking out. So nothing new there. And near the upper part of the new green downhill, there was a section where off to the side there was a little area which is nowhere near spray fields, nowhere near ski trails, nowhere near the storage pond. It's literally just a sloped area of woods, which is where we would propose the two blue trails. So it's not interfering with anything that's out there. It's just, empty woods. And I think to Bo's comments about interfering with the ski trails, again, we're not trying to take over that area. So those two trails would be nowhere near any existing infrastructure for downhill, cross-country, or snowshoe. The blue enduro that comes down the front, which would be the last one in the packet, that would, and if that's something that's off limits for now, we get it. We're not going to push forward for that. So. But I think, that's just to Brian's point, I think 2 years ago of well, what would you want to build here? What are the things? These were the things that we had proposed last year that didn't get approved. We do, think that there's a couple things on here that would be great. The last blue enduro, that's fine if you don't want to do something like that. So I think that's it. I'm trying to keep it short just because I know these evenings can get long.
So I would like it if when you flag a trail, the blue enduro trail, blue flags. The green flow trail, green flags, so that when we walk, we know which one we're walking. I would recommend another spring walk with Bo and your group. I talked to Natalie at Woodward and Curran, and I had a couple of pieces that came up to me. They said that, she said tossing cookies is near an active spray field line, but I thought we shut that one down. And she says, no, it's operational. So that got my brain a little bit, well, what's happening there? So that's something that we have to check on. She did say that there was a culvert that's damaged from bikes going over it that needs to be repaired. She did say that they get fined, or we, the town, we get fined when the bikes ride on the inclines of the pond. If there's any tire tracks or marks on the inclines going into the pond, we get fined for those. Because there's been states where dams have broken away because of things like that, and if that happens, all that water now goes out into the environment in a big swoosh, and then you get really fined. She was concerned about a main line that's very close, she said, to one of the proposed new trails, and she said she just doesn't want bikers to either hit it or use it to jump over or as some kind of like activity. And she goes, if that main line breaks, that could be a huge thing.
Do you know which proposed new trail that was?
No, I don't. I haven't been out. That's why we should go and look. And then she said,
yeah, just because from what we've been out there so many times, none of this is anywhere near the spray field, so that's why I'm just curious.
So I don't know. This is just what she said to me. And she said that that the bike paths crossing the access road, she is nervous. She said that she's had close calls and that there should be stop signs for the bikes so that they stop and look to make sure there isn't a truck coming up the access roads. She said, because there are crosses across them. I don't know. Again, this is just information she told me. And she said that it would be nice if the wastewater treatment plant and Parks and Rec had a schedule for construction, which we do, but phone numbers, because she said there were times when they went to move their equipment up the access roads and the access roads were blocked. And they couldn't get in touch with anybody, and the people were off working in the woods, they couldn't find them. So they said just a simple thing where they had a phone number so that they could call a trail builder and say, we need to get up, can you move a trail off, a truck off to the side?
Any of that coordination I think is fine. The town was the GM on that project, so they could just call Jim and we could get in touch. None of that stuff seems
No, this
too
is
difficult.
just, I think we should just have another spring walk. I think it's good to walk once a year, look at all the new flagging, try and figure out what she's telling to me, because I don't know any of this. I thought for sure that we had closed down a line right by tossing cookies, but she says it's active again. As new operators come in, maybe they turn things on, that we turn things off. I don't know. I'm not sure. So it's just stuff for everybody's safety and so that everybody knows what's happening. I think a good spring walk would be a good thing to do. Make a punch list if we need to.
You said that you didn't have a copy of this.
No.
Can we get him a copy, Jim?
You can keep my copy.
Yeah, or mine, doesn't matter.
You can keep my copy.
And get his pizza, too.
I do have a
Let's see,
couple
what
of...
pizza do you need?
Not question.
And Enduro Trail is a technical trail, correct?
Yeah, it's a little less flowy than some. Like there'll be a little bit more obstacle. So kind of again back to the concept we've always talked about with the ski areas, right? There's different styles of trails for different people. So,
You have my apology for not getting that document.
Okay.
Because I bushwhacked you by asking you who's in charge
all right.
of this rodeo.
We're here to talk. It's not a big deal.
This is not I'm not trying to make a grandstanding thing. It seems to me, and Brian's reaching out and getting information, and it's like telephone relay. I would encourage us to get in a room, always talk to each other, sort things out. This stuff doesn't have to, and I shouldn't say it doesn't have to come here, but this kind of stuff that, we could probably have had a better time enjoying a presentation and then drill you on some of those things that, like colors of flags and stuff. So I apologize that you didn't get it, because my read on the document, when I read it, I went, this looks like somebody needs to do something, and it ain't us. It could be. I don't want it to be, my personal opinion. So we'll take this one under advisement as to how best to get this thing sorted.
And just one comment, too, to the culvert. I think that one was one that we actually addressed and gave money to the Cross Country Association to fix. So, because that was something I think we called out when we were walking down towards the end, so.
I'd like to speak to that.
Okay.
So I actually would like to be the contact for the group, and I did walk there last year with them. Obviously, drainage and slope is my profession, and right now is actually the time when you want to go out there. You want to go out there because you're starting to see the moisture moving down your slopes, and where they have the trails, you can create the outs and release that water off of these areas instead of allowing it to continue down these bike trails that are what I've been told are pretty awesome and quite a benefit to the community. So I'd like to
So there's
make
a bid.
that.
You have a bid to do that?
Okay, so the basin slopes, I think what they're talking about is the bowl. The bowl, the giant bowl, the effluent bowl, where people are getting off the trail and they're riding down off of that trail. That is a concern, but it's like rogue people just trekking off course. And I really don't know how you're going to be able to control that when you have rogue people. It could be youngsters. It could be people that aren't even doing the real deal, tell you the truth.
Yeah.
So,
that's the first time I've heard of that, and it's kind of, crazy that people would do that, but it's not really even near where the bike trails are either, because it's off to the side. But I think, again, that's something that we could do with signs, and that's
signage.
We were talking about, at least, I know that signs have kind of got held up a bit because of people, how we want to design them, what we want to put on them. We were just talking about just putting up very basic stuff of laminated sheets of "you are here" just for now.
Go away.
Until we get there, because I know we did that at one of the trail networks for like $30, and everybody was happy when that was there, and that solved a quick problem. We did also do new signs recently with the Lakes Region Conservation Trust in Soul Woods. So, that's, again, we can look at what we've done there. But so, yes, we are good with putting up some signs, and we do have some funds to do signs this year.
So the culvert. So I took a picture of the culvert last year when we were walking. I sent that picture to Jim. I said, we need to address this. It's been washed out. And last year in the fall, the culvert was still there. The cat's been going over it. It's a hazard. So I'm just saying, it was already, we did make an attempt to address that. Obviously, we didn't finish off on that one. So that probably should be a number one priority for us.
Is that the one near Filter Bed?
That's the one right off of the parking area, just before you go up the hill.
Oh, okay. I thought we gave money to the people to fix that stuff.
Yeah, I think we had some big questions being asked of us here, and then I have one in relationship to the capacity study. But I support bike trails. I've got to look out for the whole thing. It says that the Park and Rec Department is requesting no further build-out of bike trails take place on Abenaki.
Okay.
And I think, I started to think, well, first of all, it's for downhill skiing, then cross-country skiing, and then snowshoeing. They were all there before the bicycle. So that's how we should look at it. If it's causing problems for downhill skiing, then we should keep the bike trails off that parcel.
Yeah, I think the other trails are actually all on the Sprayfield property.
This is what I got on a piece of paper. I'm just relating. I'm not arguing about one. I've got an ask here, and I'm going to relate to that. The spray fields, I am concerned of building too much more out is because we have a capacity study. And one of the things that they talked about is we might have to change from spraying to drip irrigation. And before you sink any money, more money into it, I'd like to get some kind of idea, and this is the other side of the retention pond, whether that is an area that in the future we might be using for drip irrigation before you put any money into it. And we just got this about, what was it, a month ago?
Two meetings ago, which is a month, right? Yeah.
So I think those are two things we should look at before we move forward with the spray field. But the Abenaki, I think we should decide whether we are going to allow any more trails on that as requested by Park and Rec.
Makes sense.
So, Linda, you make up a good point there. I did read the capacity study. I did know that they were going towards drip irrigation. I didn't know where the vicinity was. Did you hear that from?
I think we need to know that before we okay any bike trails, because I don't want them to spend money and then we decide we have to go and do drip irrigation. We need to find that based on that, so you don't waste your money doing something.
I was just trying to clarify. We hadn't diagnosed an area that we were going to use yet.
No, but we were talking about changing spray to drip, and I would like to know whether that area we're working on is one of the possibilities.
Understood.
Any other discussion?
The last one would be, do we want to set a tentative date for a spring walkthrough up there? I mean, I've gone to every one that they've had so far because I find it interesting and I like seeing things up there. So I'm up to it. And we've had more than one select board member. We've had all of us up there before and just scheduled it as a on-site meeting.
My personal opinion is, we can just arrange that through the town office.
Yep.
And just get it done. But
John, you said you want to be involved.
I want to get back to just where we are with this fine gentleman, and congratulations on being the new prez. We owe you a meeting, my personal opinion, we owe you a meeting to go over these issues. And Brian, I think capably said, we probably want to, get the Woodard and Curran folk sitting in the room. They also happen to have a contract with us too. They kind of technically our employee, I guess, proxy employee. We owe a sit down with you folks to clear this up. And I would say, let's have the walk. But my personal opinion is, let's get that meeting set on a piece of paper and deal with the issues that are on that memo. And I have one other one. John made a bid to this board that says he wants to be the individual. Is there anybody on the board that would disagree with John being on that team? Anybody disagree with it?
Are we calling it a committee? What do we do? Only reason I'm coming to committee, reason I'm coming to committee is because we have a whole issue with committees. So that's only things.
You want to check your bet until we talk about committees?
I don't have any problem, John, being it. I just don't want us to then count that as a committee. I just thought that's where.
2 board members allowed. I'd assist John with this. Absolutely.
And I shouldn't do this, Dave. I'm not running this rodeo, but it seems to me that this needs to have it's not a formal committee. It's just getting a bunch of interested parties with some domain knowledge and room to help Bo and help you get it sorted out.
Yeah.
And Linda's exactly right. So we're okay with, you okay with that?
As long as we aren't calling it.
As long as we're not calling it a committee. You ain't no committee. And then the second part, which Linda makes very, very capably, is we got this capacity study that we've been bated breath.
We got it. We have to digest it.
We got to chew on it. That's a bad word, but we need to figure out whether we're expanding something that could get ripped out. I think that's a midterm conversation we need to have.
No, I mean, I appreciate that because that would be dumb to
It would be dumb to
have to pull it out. But I think my couple points here, and then I'll shut it down so you guys can keep moving. If we could get a meeting that sooner would be better, just for scheduling of trail building. So there's that. The other piece is, as far as your comment about getting everybody together, we are always open to talk to the different organizations. You know, my kids were on the ski team this year. All the coaches actually were saying how much they like having the bike trails there because the kids in the beginning of the season can walk up them and run up them and do all that sort of stuff. So, you know, because I was actually kind of curious that if I was going to get hit over the head because I was involved with, you know, making these bike trails, and they're like, oh, we love the bike trails here. So that's how we want it to stay, is that they really like what's going on. Because at the end of the day, you know, it is a bummer that the snow is melting and that's ending, but, you know, now at least we can use Abenaki for the rest of the year, so, in the woods. Anyways.
Dave. So our spring walk should be like we've done in the past. We should have a representative from Woodward and Curran, because instead of being in a room and saying, you know, that piece, it's better to see it. It's better to, so that we know exactly what they're talking about. And we should have Bo come along with us, and it should be your group, whoever you want, a couple select board members, and we walk through piece by piece and say, do we need to address this? Do we need to address this? Do we need to address this? Or is this all good? And I think an on-site meeting works and gets that done without having to talk about it in a room and then go out and look at it again anyways. I don't know. That's just the way I would do it.
Mr. Chairman, so there's two asks here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all able to go on the walk. I don't care about the meeting, but I definitely, I've been out there just about, I may have missed one, walked that, and it gives us something to really understand what's going on there. So as long as we can go on the walk, I'm fine.
I ran back 2 miles one time because I was late for another meeting.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, could Jim, could you just ask Amy, or if you wouldn't mind, to get us organized around a walk and get us organized around getting Bo and others in a room?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. You have a paper that you all gave me?
Yeah, I'll take this with me.
All right, next on our agenda, Wolfeboro Jet Ski License Agreement.
So you have in front of you some documents relative to the proposed license agreement with the jet ski company. There was a bunch of interaction which took place this afternoon, which I believe all of you have those documents. And I believe there is somebody here to speak on behalf of the jet ski company.
Can I make a... Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Is it there?
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a comment about the previous one real quick also?
Yeah.
Or can I not? For my point for the bike trails, I've lived here my whole life. I'm 47 years old. My parents own the property that some was taken for the spray fields. Now it's currently being used for bike trails, but that's a whole nother subject. As far as the spray fields and the use of the bike trails, I think the bike trails are great, and I don't believe the spray fields have any... I don't believe there's an issue. I don't see people in there using the bike trails when the spray fields are going. As far as if they're going to complain about that, the water comes out of those fields, it goes down the hill, it crosses the brook, goes into the river and into Back Bay directly. So that would be more my concern than someone riding their bicycle through there. If they're spraying, I'm not riding my bicycle through the spray. As far as the big pond up top of the hill, has the town ever been sued for people doing anything at the pond or anything like that you guys are aware of? Because you mentioned something about being sued if there was damage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I said, I've lived here 47 years. I've seen cars stuck in there. I've seen four-wheelers in there. It's been trails all up and through the rocks, and the rocks all disturbed. The bikes aren't doing that.
Okay.
So the bikes shouldn't be any concern for you guys, and getting sued should be none, because I've seen cars myself stuck and buried in the pond and there when the pond's low. And if the town's never been sued, there's been damage over the 40 years that's had.
Well,
a lot more.
I didn't say sued, but
I'm just saying the
yeah,
bicycles aren't doing damage up in there.
All I was stating was what the current operator. We have Woodward and Curran is a third party that operates, and I'm just going by what she said. She said that if there is any kind of track marks, bike or anything in our pond area, the state fines us.
Have you been fined? That's what I'm asking, Brian. I'm asking any of you. Yeah. Like I said, I've been here 47 years, and I've seen four-wheelers, cars, and everything in that pond.
Yep.
I've seen the bridgeway that was out there. Do you remember that?
Yep.
That's now sitting on the bottom of the pond,
Mm-hmm.
and that was all destroyed, the rocks going up there before. So how is I'm just saying the bikes aren't an issue. I think the bike trails are a great thing to have.
Thanks, Charlie.
And there's nothing about that. So as far as I'm an owner of Wolfeboro Jet Ski Rentals. We have the dock, as Susan has said, for years. We pay, I believe it's $1,000, is that correct?
Yep, correct.
They're looking for more money. Actually, Nate had written a letter offering $4,000.
Correct.
To me, that's way overpriced. If you know anything about Back Bay, anyone know Back Bay's restricted? You really can't put any boat in there. Average cost outside the bay is probably, $3,000 to $7,000 on the front side. Back Bay, Jim McDivitt owns the Wolf Trap. You familiar with Jim McDivitt? Any idea what his slips are going for?
$1,500.
Okay, perfect. $1,500. So why should Nate offered $4,000? I don't believe I should pay $4,000. If I'm going to pay anything, it should be consistent what's in Back Bay, and that's the $1,500. We've had an agreement at $1,000. Do I think that's fair? It's up to you guys. As far as taking taxpayers' money, and the other, losing taxpayers' money, are any of the other docks paying in, and is any other docks giving income to the taxpayers? Or is this the only dock that's giving anything back to the town?
Well, we have the commercial docks out front.
I'm talking about in Back Bay. I mean, there's no other dock providing it. So we're not taking away from the town per se. We're bringing people into the town to rent the jet skis that may or may not come. They spend money in the town. We're actually providing a service and helping the town. Could I say, is that correct?
Yep.
So what else was I going to say here? As far as her, she sent you guys a photo also.
Yeah, that was my question. Is that your boat?
No, she's incorrect. She should do a little more studying of her research because this dock.
Go to the microphone, please.
So on the right side of the dock, if you're looking at it per this picture, that's a whaler. That's a Boston whaler. It's not a PWC. The Boston whaler is on a dock that I believe, per the town, is for overnight parking for island customers, correct? So again, she's miscommunicating and just providing wrong information to anybody. We do use the right side, on this picture, the left side of the dock, which also is a shallow part of the dock, and most of the time the jet skis sit on the ground. You're not going to put more than one boat in there because it's not going to fit, it's going to hit the ground. So to me, that's showing you a 13-foot whaler, so at 13, you may get 20 feet out of that. Consistent with the Wolf Trap docks, which are a lot deeper and provide more activity or more, depth. He's getting $1,500 a slip. So, I mean,
Joe.
Yeah.
Dave. So, just for the benefit of the public, the license agreement was sent in. We sent it over to the lawyer, which we're supposed to do. The lawyer looked at it. He had no objections with it. He pointed out in the license agreement that there is he just flagged it, not with a, warning, flagged it, that there is an automatic renewal. However, the lawyer said that we have the right to terminate it at any time. So the notion that it's automatic renewal, yes, but the town has the right to terminate at any time. One of the things that Mr. Druin did is he did offer $4,000, which I thought was great. We did ask Amy to go around and shop for comparables because I believe personally that there's only three ways you can price. You can make up a number, you can recover your costs, or you can do comparables. And since we don't know how to recover the cost because we don't really understand the cost, we shop for comparables. And the data that you've provided, and I think that Brian provided in terms of comparables, is what we're finding, $1,500, a couple $1,000. So the question before, I think, us is, do we magnanimously accept the $4,000 offer, or do we do a comparable? And and your notion is it probably should be comparable, and Nate probably was generous in his offer. Yeah?
Correct. Nate was,
okay.
Yes.
So the contract has been reviewed. T's and C's on the contract makes sense to our council. The council did point out that we could terminate at any time. The question is, what's the price? In my personal opinion. Dave?
Yep. Linda?
Yeah, I did check it, and they're identical except for that one sentence on license, and I think that we do these out for 1 year. I think this should be a one-year deal.
You just want to make it a one-year deal?
One-year deal, leave it exactly the same, and then I think it's down to what do we want to charge. Yep.
And if you look at the picture, how many jet skis do you have there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2.
That's a considerable investment. For someone to have the business, to set up the staff, to have that investment, they should have the ability to renew their lease and not have it go out to bid, not have a bidding war over it, because they've invested in this business, in this town for 16 years, and they should be able to go forward until they choose not to.
So, Mr. Chairman, is that a counter to Linda's notion of a year? You say let it automatically renew?
Well, we did that for 5 years for
I'm just asking,
Dockside.
is that the counter to
Yeah,
to
so
Linda's concept?
I look at Dockside, and we did 5 years for Dockside with a right to renew, so they ended up virtually with a 10-year lease with escalators. We can add escalators into this, and we can do the same process. Why would we do things different here, there, and everywhere?
Because of what we're doing out there with the commercial
this
landing.
this is a business that they're going to invest. Maybe this year, we don't know. He could have just bought 6 brand-new machines, and it could have cost him $100,000. And then next year, where does he go?
Dave.
One other data point. I asked, when I saw the contract come back from the lawyer, I asked it to get sent over to Nate. Nate, you may have a copy of it as well. It felt to me, and I think we saw this maybe a little earlier, where we were playing ping pong with each other. I have information about your contract that you don't have, so I made sure it went over to Nate. So at least right now, the question is multi-year or 1 year, and then the price. That's really the two questions, right?
John?
So, for disclosure, Trell is my cousin. I don't have any financial interest with Trell, but I do appreciate Nate writing the letter and making his offer. I think one of the things that we need to consider is we have a parking area that gives easy access. Yes, McDevitt has a parking area that it does get busy over there. That's a little bit of a touchy subject at times when things get busy with his restaurant. The other thing, the chamber gives the jet ski place an office. It's about 225 square foot office that we were in the building, and allows them to do their licensing for the people that want to do their jet skis. They have a place to take their test, and so I kind of did a little look into that. It was, the going rate for prime area. It's not our area. I'm not saying it is, but it's the town does own that. The chamber obviously gives that to the jet ski place, and I have no idea what that is. It may be $0, it may be $1,000. I have no idea, but I'm kind of leaning on the $500 a jet ski. That was, but and then Nate, I wouldn't do the 4,000. I think that's too rich. If again, I would do the 2,500 or the $3,000, just because I know what your business model is. I saw it, and it's easy for you to pay for your equipment and run your operations. It's like when somebody does a job, they do a job for a day, they pay for their equipment for the month. So to me, that's how I would look at it.
Yeah, and so I look at it also that they provide a service for the community. When people come up here to go on vacation, people that are already staying here, maybe someone who has relatives come up and stay in their house and the relatives want to go out on a jet ski. This is something that is available in resort areas, and they're providing a service for the town. I agree with you with the train station lease, but that's a talk for another day. We are going to be addressing that lease, and we can modify that so that the town is getting the proper amount of money from the chamber, and maybe we do a separate lease for part of the building with the jet ski corporation. I'm close to your 2,000. I actually said 2,000 in a piece that I put out, and then I went and did some research and found the 1,500, or some of the Back Bay docks were renting for only $1,000. So then I started to scale back my 2,000 a little bit and said, if they're charging 1,000 to 1,500 for docks back there, do we charge $2,000? That's a $500 premium. Do we charge $4,000? I think Nate was being over-generous. And Nate has a history of being over-generous. No. If we remember, when COVID ended and we had no fireworks coming, Nate came to the table for the town of Wolfeboro and paid for fireworks out in that bay for us when we had no contract for it. So Nate does give to the community, and this business he has provides a service for the community.
Paul?
Let Linda go.
Yeah, Roger has a condo on Bayside Village, and it has a one boat ramp, and that's $1,000.
Yeah.
So that I would kind of look at 1,200, give a bump for the year. Is kind of where I'm coming in.
So, Dave?
Paul?
So for the same reason, the notion that Nate's a great guy, we agree. And this idea that getting availability of a chamber lease, I agree. But those two things have, at least in my view, they don't have a bearing on what we're doing here. I'm going to make a motion that we set the price for this rental at $1,250.
I'll second that.
Based on comparables.
And
so I'll speak to that. That motion is based on comparables. That means that I could go across the street and I could spend $1,150 someplace else, or as high as $2,500, but that slip would accommodate a deep-hulled boat that I could
without
put
a clearance problem.
Yeah. And so I may be wrong, but it's based on comparables. So I have a motion and a second.
So can I speak to that?
Wait a minute. As part of that, are we putting a time limit?
We're going to bite on that apple after this one. How's that? We'll chew on that one next.
John?
So I respectfully respect Mr. O'Brien. I honestly think that we need to consider going forward. Again, we talk about replacement costs. I'm actually wondering how good a condition they are. Are they
machines?
No, the docks. Because we did the master plan in 2019, and we did review the docks that they're in pretty tough shape. So with that said, yeah, you could say just give them to them because the docks aren't in good shape, but if we replace the docks, you have to consider we might have to increase the costs.
If I could. John, I agree with that. Again, three ways you can set price. You can pull a number out of some part of your body. You can do replacement cost. And the question you're asking is, have we ever figured out what the cost would be to replace that dock? No. And do we know what the condition is? Not really, but it's not good. So we went to comparables. Comparables made sense to me. That's why I put the motion on the table.
But we also need some type of renewal. I mean, like
we'll
Brian,
get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to get there.
Would you ever consider having some kind of mutual agreement to help with maintenance on the dock?
I can't. Yeah, that does. I have no problem. I mean, I don't have any problem with it. Like I said, I'm an owner. Nate's an owner, so it's still a joint tenant. But I don't have a problem with that. I mean, and we do if there's nails up or something up. We don't want people stubbing their toes and stuff like that. So we do repair what's in our vicinity on the dock as it is now. You know, I had a couple boards that loosen. You tighten the dock poles. I mean, I can't have the machines floating away either. And you are correct. We bought 6 new ones for this year also. So the investment is huge.
I have a motion on the table. I guess I'll just like to ask to have the question called on the price.
Okay. The motion is for a rental fee of $1,250 for 2026. Am I correct?
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. The next question is, what's the term of the agreement? So there's a bid on the table that says 1 year, and there's a bid on the table that says renewable. I guess we should just talk about that for a few minutes and then call the question.
You know, what is 16 years, we haven't had anybody else ask. We didn't give them a automatic renewal, and so I'm comfortable the way it is. They have to get a landing permit every year.
Yep.
There's no guarantee on some of those spots. The dock that it's on, I can't believe many people would want that dock.
It's gravy.
I mean, that's why I'm saying it's worked wonderfully for 16 years, and I'm comfortable doing it yearly. I prefer that.
Okay. I'll second
that.
Okay. We're going to do it for 1 year.
So there's a
Everybody
motion
in
and a
agreement?
second to do it for a year.
Yes. All those in favor?
Well, hold on.
Aye.
Hold on.
Conversation.
Traditionally, it has been renewable, correct?
No.
No.
It has no language in it for renewables. And I put them right next to each other. Went down, and you can say they are identical except for that line. It's not been renewable.
So if we agreed to a higher price, would you give renewal? I'm just asking. I mean, there's no benefit to me. What is my
I haven't
benefit?
thought about that. Let me say the thing about
But
it.
the benefit to me
I
is
mean,
like Brian, with the investment that we have in the machines, to lose that, I mean, it's basically putting us, per se, out of business, but it's putting, I mean, in anything, we had trouble a couple of years back with a couple of things, and you guys asked us to do a couple of things, to sustain trouble or issues in the town. We actually had a boat, we put it in the water, we monitored the jet skis, and we stopped any issues that we were having. So, I mean, if there's issues through the town and I don't mind dealing with them, but I don't want to lose that. I mean, that's a big asset to us, going forward. And like you said, it has been.
So it's possible that's why Nate made the offer of that amount so that he could get a renewable.
He ain't no dummy.
And so we squashed it and we've cut it down to a one year non-renewable.
So where were you
Well, it
thinking?
always was a
Can we
one-year
ask him where the price, where would you put the price for a non-renewable?
I mean, if they're going for 12 to 1,500 in Back Bay, I would say if you go a little bit over market at $2,000, I mean $4,000 out of, it's just not even. You can't get boats in there to suffice that. And the docks aren't. You don't rent the rest of them. The other ones are free. You file a slip. My wife's parents have a slip on Melody Island. They get a permit.
Yeah.
And they have docks that they can stay overnight, and the boats sit there all year.
Yeah.
So it's.
So I guess so the question that this feels okay. So the question we're asking is, what if you raise the number, would we be willing to extend the life of the agreement? Is that really the question that we're asking?
I just don't know why.
That's
you
what
would
he
do it
just
in the first
asked.
place.
That's what he just asked.
We comfortable with that?
Well, we have a motion on the table right now, and we can revisit
We're in the
it.
middle of debating the time.
Yeah,
of the contract.
I'm plugging that in.
I would be for $1,500, $1,750, or $2,000. Any of those three, I would be willing to do something where it is renewable for a period of time. Give them a automatic renewal for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever we want, so that at least he knows he has some continuity with his business going forward.
Yeah, my feeling is here, with this one sentence in there, it doesn't talk about anything about fees or anything else. If we're going to get into a renewal, I want a paragraph so we're really clear. If not, I'm really still thinking we're better off leaving it at one and look at in another year if he wants to do it, a paragraph that tells us that every year we will renew the amount or something. This way is they've got it at the price that's there based on what's written.
But if you can terminate, you guys put in you can terminate at will with an annual renewal.
But why would we want to terminate it just to raise the rate? I mean, come on, let's put, if that's what you're going to do, let's word it so it makes sense. If not, we got a motion, let's just leave it as where we are.
What words would you recommend?
I see two detriments for him. I see, one, we can terminate it at any time we want, and two, we don't have to renew it if somebody comes to us, Nate's great uncle, and says, I'll give you $5,000 next year.
It says an automatic renewal. What would be your reason to terminate?
You got any words you want to offer?
No.
No language?
No.
Call the motion.
Reread the motion then. What is the motion?
Motion's for 1 year, correct?
Yes. Yes, for 1 year.
So you also asked why you would terminate, is that what you asked? Is that the question you were asking?
He was saying, you'd give him an automatic, let me just clarify what I heard, and then you can see if he said, we could decide, we can give them renewal, but we could decide to terminate. Well, if you're going to terminate, you should have some reason, not because you want something better. That was my interpretation of what he said.
Mine is, in my thoughts, if I get a bad board, which some aren't on the same page as everyone on fair market value, and then I lose it anyways. So if I don't have any renewal process and then you get a board that changes and they think it's worth $5,000 and you can't even get $5,000 for anything in Back Bay, how does that benefit me there either?
Yeah. But I don't even know what the right word is, but I call that spitballing the future. You're spitballing out there as to what could happen 2 years from now.
Right, because
or next year.
I have an investment. I have a huge
No, I understand.
investment.
No, I got it. But just to kind of put it back, you placed an investment months ago on the premise that you were going to have a 1-year contract. N'est-ce pas? You did, right?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
Right? So, gotcha.
Don't forget, they've been there for 16 years.
And there's no amount of assurance we can give you, and I think you're right, you're exactly right. There's no amount of assurance that we can give you that, we're going to be good. If it ain't written down, it ain't written down.
It doesn't matter.
So the motion on the table is 1-year agreement.
Okay, we have a motion.
Any last comments from these guys?
I guess. Paul Smith. From what Charles saying is, if the market value's $1,000, $1,500, whatever it is, why wouldn't we offer them some sort of multi-year agreement? Because if they decide to go elsewhere, then now we're trying to lease that out to somebody else who could also go across the street and possibly get something that's in a yacht club or marina that doesn't have every Joe Schmo walking by their boat and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden now our dock's only worth $750 or something like that because it's a less wanted product. So wouldn't it make more sense to sign something longer, and even if it's at, say, 10%, 20% more than market value, and then that way the town has that revenue coming in and we're not risking losing money, and they get to keep their investment of what they've put all their money into as well.
Fair point.
All right, we do have a motion on the floor, and it's for 1 year at this point. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4-1. So we'll have a 1 year.
Yeah. There was a question that was raised by Mr. Druin in his note, and he asked the question as to where does the money go that we collect? And his ask was, could that money be purposed in a revolving, my words, in a revolving fund for these docks? Right now, the money that gets paid to us will go into the general fund of the town. There's no revolving fund per se. If that is something that this board wants to start setting up, revolving funds for these things, I think that's got to go out to the public, right?
Yes, it does.
And we're going to have to take that one. We could take that out as a warrant. If we think as a board that that's the right thing to do, which Might not be a bad idea.
In another situation, we had it going into the replacement and maintenance for the docks, but the last time we had met
Yes.
in that
Yeah.
forum, that was removed. So that money's
That's right.
put into the general fund
Now,
now.
given the condition of this asset, and I use that word lightly, we probably do need to get about the business of fixing it. You know,
Yes, but that takes away for the revenue for
Yeah.
2026 that brings down the tax rate. So that's the reason I said the general fund, because that's what we use to bring down the 2025 tax rate.
Right.
So that's my thing, is if we start putting all these things in revolving funds, we're going to push up the tax rate. And that's my concern, that we want to be building revenue, not taking revenue away.
So the trade-off is, I think you could get a show of hands if somebody were to walk down there. Do those things need to have some investment made? You bet. Do we, and the amount of investment made on that, and the amount of investment we make on other places, I hate to use what's that word I use, Brian?
De minimis.
I don't want to use that word, but it may not be a big thing on the tax rate, but Linda makes a very good point. But this is not personal opinion again, this is not what we should be doing to our assets. We should be repairing those. And we got to figure out a way to do it, I think. Maybe we put it out as a warrant just to fix this is where the voters will have a wonderful time with us and say, there's too many of these damn things out there. Maybe we put up a warrant article that says we need, $850 to fix this thing, one-time cost, and then you all have to vote on it, as opposed to creating a revolving.
And we have the potential of a gentleman right here who might be willing to help at least maintain his one dock so that it takes that off of our hands.
Yeah, and if we stop using the capital outlay in the operating budget, which is for under 100,000, and we've had the tendency to put them out in warrant articles because they don't get cut that way.
Right.
So
One of our good friends at the Budget Committee, bless their hearts, of course.
that's a place where you put maintenance.
Yeah, put it out there. 1 year.
All right.
Okay, so he's asking me to...
He's texting you.
Yeah. So would you do, if we bid 3 years at $4,000 and the money goes to fix the docks, and fix the dock? That would be how he would do it. He would fix the dock.
So say that again.
3 years at $4,000 a year, and we use the money to deck the docks.
I would approve that in a second myself.
Linda?
If we're going to do that, I want a written agreement. We have a motion now.
I get it.
If we get something coming in and we get some kind of a cost to fix the docks or whatever, we can look at that kind of a thing. But just back and forth, I'm not willing to go with it. I want something concrete and in writing.
Let's agree that we've already approved a one-year lease for $1,250.
Yep.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
If Victor wants to send us a new proposal, I think that we should look at it, because that seems like what do I want to say?
Appropriate.
Gifted.
Could be. Could be.
That we should look at it.
It looks like a good public...
For now,
Yes,
but
we should have...
we have approved a one-year lease
Yep.
for $1,250
Nate.
as of tonight.
If Nate's
But I
out
think-
there, I'm sorry, Dave.
If he wants to send us something, or send it to the town manager or to Amy so we can get it in writing, that we will look at.
It'd be a great public partnership. Public-private partnership.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
you're good for 26, and now you're negotiating with us for 27.
No,
beyond.
not necessarily.
Well, that's what I'm going to
Not
start there.
necessarily.
Not necessarily, just let's
We
see
can't
what he
reopen
comes
it,
up
but
with.
I think that Trell needs to have Nate or somebody, or both of you, whatever, send us a letter.
Okay.
You good with that?
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, next on our agenda, Wolfeboro Waters non-capital reserve funding request.
So you have in front of you a memo from me with some backup information from Julie Brown, who's here to speak regarding utilization of non-capital reserve funding for a couple projects, one of them being the Wentworth Crescent Watershed Management Plan and the Wentworth Estates Association boat ramp repairs. Both of these have grants that are requesting matching funds. You have all the supporting information here with you. And the only thing that's blank is on the motion, if you so choose to approve, what the amount that you're going to approve is for this. And I think Julie can speak to it better than I can. Julie?
Hey, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for your time and work this evening, and thank you for your partnership. I am here this evening as a representative of the Wolfeboro Waters Committee, as well as a representative for the Wentworth Watershed Association. We've been working very hard at Wolfeboro Waters to look at the capital reserve funds that have been put aside in our mitigation and prevention committee to make sure that they're properly allocated to projects with top priority that have fit within the tool that we built a few years ago to help us evaluate where the funding should go. The Wentworth Watershed Association requested these funds to come from the town or from the capital reserve as matching funds. This year, we've been serving as the principal on both of those grants and other grants historically. I got up at 4 o'clock this morning to go to Boston, so my speech is not as great tonight. But previously the Public Works, not Public Works, town planner was the administrator of these grants. And since there's been a town planner that's been coming and going recently, the Wentworth Watershed Association has taken on all administrative portions of these grant work. We also are giving a lot of time with match, et cetera. And so the priorities for these two projects, one is the Watershed Management Plan update, which is the first time in the state that Lake Organization has updated the plan. They're due for renewal every 10 years. We're at 12 years. We've effectively done the work. It's 80% of the town of Wolfeboro. This plan will drive the work for the next 10 years, and we are now being applauded by the state to show the next pathway for other lake associations who are following in the same trajectory. Right. So that plan is $30,000 plus that has a lot of matching that's not included in that of our time and effort, and that plan will be public and published, and it will be used collaboratively for the planning for the Public Works Director, working with the town, doing ARPA grants, looking at, 319 grants in the future. So we are asking that the Wolfeboro Waters Committee is asking for the support of that $10,000 to support that match. The Wolfeboro Bay Watershed Fund plan, was completely funded by the town, and it was a lot larger number, so this is a very small commitment, but with big impact. The second request comes as a match for an American Rescue Plan grant that's being administered by New Hampshire Lakes Association as part of the cyanobacteria mitigation actions that they're taking. So it's a $50,000 grant, but the work is actually $90,000 with match and time and administration. And so the request is that the cash match is also given for that project, and it is this particular project was the top 5 of the previous plan, and we will have accomplished a significant amount of phosphorus loading reduction when we complete this project. It's been hard labored to make transpire, and it'll be completed in July. So if you have questions, I'd be happy to talk more about it.
I do. Mm-hmm. And I think I read it someplace, this is a couple of weeks back. My direct question is any of these grant dollars going to be used on private property?
The Wentworth Estate grant, those dollars are part of what typically happens with 319 projects. So yes, it's going to be used at the Wentworth Estates community association, and the water comes down off Pleasant Valley Road, and it's eroding, and it's been identified as one of the top polluters to Lake Wentworth.
And this will show you my ignorance, because I just don't know.
Sure.
Is that customary that we use town dollars on private property?
Yes, for the 319 grants we have.
Any precedent out there? Was that?
319, yes. Well, there were some used for 319 on Birchmont.
Camp Pierce Birchmont, Camp Bernadette. It was used on Jeans Beach, which is that. Who owns that is, I don't want to go into that discussion. But it has happened. That's why you have a watershed management plan that helps identify the most important sites to tackle.
Any of these grant dollars been used in places other than the Wentworth area, other places in town?
Many, many times in the past for other.
Property?
This particular grant, no. But other grants are. So Russ Pond Association, they're working on a huge project, and money has been allocated towards that project in high numbers. I don't want to speak to that because I'm in support of that plan. So we've been working really hard to make sure that, putting on my Wolfeboro Waters hat, as a member of that committee, we've been making sure that we've been evaluating the importance of each project, and we have a huge spreadsheet that the committee goes through, and we evaluate each project in terms of the importance and how much distribution and how much has been spent. And comparatively, in the past 4 years, this is a lot less than what's being asked for other projects.
I just want to, on the strength of what you've said, just play it back for you. Yes, 319 grant dollars have been appropriated and used on private property in the town of Wolfeboro.
Correct.
Okay. And the examples you've given is Camp Pierce Birchmont,
Camp Bernadette.
Bernadette.
And we've also did other projects historically. We did some on Mass Landing, which was town property. And then other lake associations, I can't speak to them. I don't have the actual documents, but they have happened previously.
And I think we did a match with the Winnipesaukee Alliance to get some engineering of water coming down from Partridge, et cetera, onto Whitegate. And the area we were looking at was private property.
Was that 319 money?
That was that was another grant that Lake Winnipesaukee had gotten, and we went in with them, and it was a significant, and it was looking at work to be done on private land.
So we've spent money, my word, to ensure water quality and runoff from our town property through to, and we'll use the example of Whitegate, which is private land, where we were dumping, my word, putting water down there. Got that part.
And then she's saying this is coming off of Pleasant Valley Road.
Right.
This is and there was no 319 grant per se for that. This is a different grant, and you're saying these types of grants we have in the past used these kinds of grant applications and dollars to go on private property and do things.
That is correct, and this is a matching obligation associated with the grant. And so my ask is, because Wentworth Watershed Association has been taking on the lion's share of the administrative costs, which is significant, and time, that the town this time, instead of giving, what used to happen was that they did the time match, and so I'm asking for a reversal. We've been doing the time, we're asking for the cash match to fulfill our grant.
You're looking for porous pavers, you're looking for infiltration trenches, you're looking for actual stuff to be dug in.
It is all going to be completed. I will have the watershed management plan update in my hand, hopefully the near final draft in the next week and a half, which will drive the work for the next 10 years, and then the other grant, we will be completed as required by the ARPA grant timeline, signed off, completed before the end of August, and you will be able to see it, and we will talk about it at the Water Summit, and we will publish it wildly.
So the amount of money, if I'm understanding this correctly, from the first page, the amount of money that we need to put in here is $23,500.
Which is the
correct?
Cash match for both grants, correct.
Okay. All right, somebody want to make a motion?
Well,
John?
So Do you have the permit already for the Wentworth Estates?
Which permit? Yes, we are actually in the process. It's been reviewed by Shauna for the shoreland permit that we're getting, and she said that it should be back in my desk by the end of this week, from my understanding, if it's still on track. And we had to apply for a DES. It's not permit by notification. It's the lowest number IB.
Minimum expedited.
Yes, that particular one, and it's already in their hands, and they're already reviewing it. We should have it back in the next couple days, and we already have published the bid document for the contractors to do the work, and the work is on that contract supposed to be completed between May and the end of June.
So I actually would have liked to have seen some pictures that you would have submitted with the permit to the DES.
They're all in the town clerk's office, and they're all been reviewed.
They may be, but I would have liked to seen them in front of me so I can look at them. I'm not trying to, I mean, usually everybody else has showed us a picture or whatever, and so I can't approve this. I'd like to see the stuff in front of me. I don't really know what's going on here. I'm sorry. Linda?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Wentworth Watershed Association request for funding through the Water Resource Non-Capital Reserve Fund in the amount of $23,500 as outlined in the requested dated February 18th, 2026.
I'll second that for discussion.
So I want to poke at you, John. So this, I assume, was discussed at the Waters Committee?
It was, and it's been approved. All the plans have been approved by New Hampshire Lakes and by Department of Environmental Services.
And did you have
and
pictures
done
of the
by an
Waters
engineer.
Committee?
I have all the designs. I can share with them with you in 2 seconds.
When you had your conversation at the Waters Committee, did you brandish pictures? Because John's asking for pictures, right?
No, it's fine. I can provide pictures of it. I think that it was identified as a grant that was worth matching because of its number on the thing. So no, Wolfeboro Waters has not reviewed the plans because it hasn't been something that's needed to be discussed. It's being discussed between the grantee and Department of Environmental Services, and the plans were done by an engineer who went through RFQ. They've been evaluated, gone back and forth. So exactly the same process that's always transpired when the director of the town planner, thank you, was the administrator. Same process.
So the plans are just relative to look at what we're paying for and what we're doing going forward. When you have other people that come to you and say, this is what we're doing, then they can ask you and they can say, this is what we're doing, and I can provide them the information. And so, and again, if I'm in the field, I understand what's going on. I'm trying to get my hands around it and be front to back on it.
I'm happy to provide whatever you'd like to provide. The town has been provided all these things. The Conservation Commission's been provided. All the documents are present. I didn't know that was a requirement from Wolfeboro Waters and for the designation of the capital reserve funds based on their recommendations.
So when you submit a plan for the state for the minimum expedited, you make 5 copies.
Yep,
and one of those goes to the select board.
You should have received them because it went to the town clerk last week.
Does it go to us or does it go to the planning department?
They get one too.
And
Conservation Commission gets one, we get one.
And planning department has it because Shanna has already reviewed it. It's gone to the Conservation Commission. It's gone to the town clerk. It's had all the copies provided by our engineer.
So let's assume that what John just asserted is a true statement, which, it's one of those facts you can check on. So we're all supposed to have a copy of it. We don't. Do you think this is a bad idea, this scheme that they're coming up with?
Again,
Just neutral on the topic.
I don't have anything
So
in front of me. I can't
John
really.
can't comment, he's neutral on the topic. Allegedly, these documents are in the hands of
Town clerk.
town clerk, and they're supposed to come to us.
It's going through this huge process
I
through
understand.
the state and
And
everything.
it failed at the last moment, meaning coming to the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got confronted, okay? Okay.
I mean, the planning boards reviewed it, so the question is, does the Board of Selectmen need to review the planning boards? I'm not trying to be challenging. I'm happy to let John look through it. I'm
We're
happy to
supposed to
walk
spend the
John
money.
through the property,
We
but
get to spend the money. Planning board gets to tell us what they want to
Transferring the
do.
money, that's all we're
We're supposed to spend the dough. So, yeah, we get a bite on that.
Brian?
So if this is John's expertise, John, can you find that information?
So, Brian, it's provided to me. I'm following the process.
No.
Because I've been through the process enough so that I know what the applicant has to go through to provide all the information to people. Our job isn't to go find it, it's to be provided to us.
No, I'm not saying find that information. I'm saying find the regulation that shows that a copy is supposed to go to the select board so we can keep that on file.
Yeah.
I think, Brian, you're questioning whether or not I've ever filed a state permit.
No, I'm not. I just don't have that information, and that's something that I would like to have put in my file at home with the rest of my stuff so that if this happens again, I have it.
Linda?
Yeah, it would have been nice, this came to us on Friday in terms of a packet. And when I get something that has like this, I generally ask and see if the town manager can get us the information. And if we should have had it, then we should have had it. I don't disagree with you if that's a requirement. If that is such a big to-do, I will go and I will go to 13,500, and then we put this on the next agenda and get the maps. Will that work for you?
Yeah.
it's fine with me. I appreciate your support and partnership. This is a partnership, and I'm glad that we're doing good things for the water. And John, happy to show you all the information, but I will say it was all provided to the town clerk's office. It was all FedExed in last week, and it's everywhere in the town.
Except here. So, again.
Well,
Again, I think this one's on us a little bit. We own it, and that's gracious of Linda and you to say, back it out. And John, I don't think you have the duty or the charter. I'm not pushing on you, Brian. It's not his job to go show you something you can take home. It got lost. How's that? It got lost. I lost it. So you want to modify the motion, Linda?
I just did. I just said I would put it down. Yeah, I said I'd go to 13,500, that I would change it to that. And is the second willing to go to that number?
I'll second that.
Thank you, John.
okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Now,
you.
the next thing we got to do is make sure that you're back on the agenda next time. And don't go to Boston in the morning before you come here.
All right.
And we'll deal with the other 10. How's that?
I thank you for your partnership and support, and I look forward to seeing you next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Next.
All right, next on our agenda, docks and wharves ordinance.
So you have in front of you the notice and the draft docks and wharves ordinance for the public hearing scheduled for April 1st. And that's the summary of that.
Okay,
Do we need a motion to move forward?
Nope. You already did that.
huh?
Yeah, one of the things I noticed is the draft that we have, none of our changes are in it. And I went back to the minutes and read the minutes, all the changes are supposed to be there, and then I checked to make sure we made a motion, and we did. So I've got a document that is not correct, doesn't correspond with the decisions we made at the last meeting.
Well, I think we can supply that at the meeting April 1st or before.
I just want to point that out, that we don't...
She wants it so that she can confirm that that's what's going to.
Thank you, John. Yes, we need the correct document, and we should see it enough in ahead so we can check it out.
Why don't we just make sure we have it for our next meeting?
But I think maybe we could have it maybe at the end of the week, or that way we could review it over the next weekend, and then we have another week if something comes up.
Yep.
I think
we'll
that
have it
sounds
tomorrow.
good.
Okay. Next on the agenda is commercial vessel landing permit, motor vessel Mount Washington.
Good evening. My name is Jared Moreo, and I'm here tonight representing Mount Washington Cruises. Thank you for your time this evening. I know you've heard from me more in the past few weeks than is normal, and I appreciate your patience in reviewing documents I've provided. Based on the outcomes of this meeting and potentially April 1st, we do hope to finalize what our plan may be for the 2026 season. In advance of tonight's meeting, we've reactivated the landing permits originally submitted on February 26th. These were withdrawn by me on March 2nd due to uncertainties surrounding the discussions and the potential fees. As I mentioned in the cover letter accompanying the permit applications, our 2026 plan would substantially increase our activity in the Port of Wolfeboro and will bring greater economic benefits to the town by providing more opportunities for visitors to get off our vessels to dine, shop, and explore. Also, for the first time in generations, it would allow citizens and visitors to Wolfeboro to get off at Weirs Beach, which would be a greater asset to the town. I'm happy to answer any factual questions regarding my letter or these permit applications. However, my sincere hope is that we can move past these uncertainties and focus on a future where our relationship can become more predictable.
Questions?
No, well, a little bit.
Linda?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would have a motion. I really think that it's late in the season to change any of the ordinance in time for any business to figure out what they're going to do. I went back in the minutes and we said, oh, we're going to take them to public hearing. But when we after the public hearing, planned to change some of it, and it was a comment by Paul said that we should. He states, putting the current document or draft to public hearing can then lead to changes after the public weighs in, and the dock costs must be considered. So we go to public hearing, and we make a change, it goes to another public hearing, this rolls down the line. I'm not going to make it yet, but I would like to have us keep the commercial vehicle landing permit as is through this season. And we look at any changes to the ordinance and that permit to be effective January 1, 2027. People have to do business. We are late. This is on us that we're so late in getting it done. It's not fair to any of the businesses out there that we keep on moving it down the line. He's got a business. He needs to get his reservations and get everything set. And when the time comes, I have a motion to that effect, but I didn't want to do it until people have a chance to have some conversation.
If I could just make 2 points on that. One, as I previously indicated, the town of Wolfeboro benefits greatly from tour operators that board at Weirs Beach and get off at Wolfeboro. Those tour operators make their decisions 12 months in advance. So it's very, very hard. The pricing's all set for them way in advance. It's very hard to deliver those folks if I'm changing their prices midstream. Also, in this particular case, because we're looking at an expansion to the schedule, Wolfeboro will gain more opportunities to become a part of those itineraries, whereas they were previously limited to only the 10 a.m. cruise or only the 12:30 cruise. They actually will gain a new departure in the afternoon. So that's one thing I do want to make sure isn't lost in this.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what I was going to say is I was going to ask Jared that question, how much lead time he needs. Because if we are doing a change in an ordinance, and he's booking with tour guides and buses and everything 12 to 18 months, it might be something that we actually have to set our ordinance, and it doesn't go into effect
That's what I meant.
1 year, but even maybe the next year. Maybe we have to wait 2 years for it to go in if there are people that are relying on 16 or 18 months in order for them to set their businesses.
And one other point of clarification I'd like to make is that per the last version of the ordinance that established pricing, the pricing for the Mount Washington was set at $3,000. With the expanded schedule, under the current ordinance, we would be paying $3,100. So it's actually higher than what the town was seeking to set. So I think that's something that we also don't want to be lost as part of the conversation. You are absolutely right related to the tour operators. That is, essentially the way that works is that they book with us and then they try to sell their packages, so they need the lead time to be able to do that. That's how they work.
John?
Good evening, sir.
How are you?
Lovely to see you here tonight,
to see
so
you
you
too.
can explain to us. Like the last gentleman who talked about the back bay docks, we talked about the repairs. I have a picture here of February 16th, 2023, when our friend Luke Frudenberg was replacing the dock at Mount Washington so that your vessel was able to use that area.
Sure.
I read in your document that you said you'd like to be amenable to certain aspects. One of the aspects that was mentioned was actually the dock hands. The dock hands serve exclusively for public docks, but in the other side of the paper it says, for example, which in the cover letter which accompanied our landing permit, I mentioned that I was seeking to hire more individuals to support our growth in Wolfeboro, and these individuals would work at commercial dock in a scenario where the town is currently spending $18,000 per year for dock hands. Maybe this is an area we can relieve some burden for the town while still meeting our operational objectives. So I appreciate you saying those things, and I think those are the things that we would like to have a discussion with you going forward, like the fees for repairs and so forth. Again, I don't want to describe them in a certain way that doesn't meet your desire, but when we speak, we thrash things around, and that's just the way it happens. So your permit. Your Mount Washington boat is a 230-foot boat, and your permit is 4 cents a foot for 230 feet. That actually comes to, on your permit here, I think you had a miscalculation on your permit, because your permit says 4 cents a foot times 230 feet is actually $9.40. That's not correct. It's actually $9.20. And actually 329 visits is $3,026. And you actually were going to pay us the $3,100, which is, that's not correct. But I do agree with you. If the $3,000 was accepted for the new permit process, you would actually pay less money doing it that way for the Mount Washington. On the contrary, your Winnie Spirit is a boat that is, I believe, 56 feet long, and that's $2.20 per landing fee on that one. And I did the math there, and that one's correct. So, but the only thing there, if we enacted the permit fee on that one, you would pay the $3,000 and not the $693 for the season. So those are, that one's correct. Your other one, you might need to resubmit a permit so that your amount is correct.
Sure, I'm happy to.
And
with regard to the Winnipesaukee Spirit, I've made no final determination that will come to Wolfeboro. So,
well,
if it's not approved, I will make a determination. If you pass the ordinance and it goes to 3,000, because that has not been passed,
Correct.
I'll make a determination at that point as to whether it's in our business interest.
Okay, that's fair, but I'm just,
Yeah, and to be honest, the only reason that really we're communicating about the Mount Washington at this point is that essentially the numbers are relatively similar. My letter did say that we were pulling back on the Mount application until the ordinance was final, at which point we determine our business interests. However, in the case the numbers are relatively similar, we're happy to have a conversation about that.
Sure.
To your point about the maintenance and dock hands, as I've said to you personally, and as I've said to other members of the board, we have no issue or problem being a partner to the town for discussing what the issues are, for working together. At different points over the past few years, we've done that many times. When parking concerns were an issue, we partnered with the Wolfeboro Trolley Company to have our customers park at Kingswood and have them brought in so that they didn't snarl traffic in downtown. We provide every year dates that bus tours will come in and get off and provide those to the Chamber of Commerce so that they can work with the businesses on Main Street so that they can staff appropriately and save as much as they can on staffing costs. When Mr. Deshays mentioned that there were issues with people coming off the Mount and jaywalking, we changed all of our announcements to address that. It's not unheard of for us to work on partnerships and work on collaborations. One of the things I think that was missed from one of the previous meetings was that there was a belief that maybe we only owned the docks at 2 of our ports. I clarified that while we own the docks outright at 3 of the ports, we do have agreements that work on maintenance in exchange for exclusive use and other things. It's not unheard of that we would have those arrangements. We've worked for the past 150 years with towns around the lake, so those aren't uncommon to us. I think the things that are uncommon is to not be involved in a conversation about us that may not include information about us that may or may not be accurate. And I think that's the basis of my concern.
Mm-hmm. So the only thing that I would hesitate on is last summer Brian reached out to the dive. Mm-hmm. And said, you know, we'd like to have you here for an event or something. That it didn't pan out, but that's why if you gave money to do these repairs or something, I wouldn't want you to feel like we're the ones that are paying for that stuff and the other boat is coming. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's.
I guess one way to address that would be that in the second year. Well, I guess it was the first Lake Winnipesaukee Day. The Spirit could not attend, and the dive replaced us. And I think that there was some belief in the town that maybe there was some sort of concern or animosity. Boat people talk to each other. We work together, we collaborate. When they had difficulty docking, our dock hands went over and assisted them. There really aren't concerns related to that, but that's part of why you have a conversation and an agreement. I don't have any animosity or concerns about any commercial operator on the lake. We certainly didn't when the Bell was not operated by us. We always worked together with them and collaborated on schedules so that we didn't interfere with each other. I don't see that as any different.
So to that.
Hold on.
So to that point, we are trying to do things, and unfortunately, if we get into a discussion or something, that discussion happens here. It would require a full board vote to approve a motion. Then that would get approved by the attorney, like this other lease that we did. And so then it would go to public hearing, and then people can make comment and make changes or at that point. So that's how I understand the process. But I'm ready to move forward.
Well, I have to straighten out some misinformation. The dive doesn't go to the commercial dock. The dive goes to the residential dock as approved by the select board. And the dive has been used as a backup because sometimes the Mount Washington Cruises has their Spirit rented out for another function. And we go to them, we ask them, do you want to participate? If they can't participate, we go for another avenue, and it doesn't go to the commercial dock, it doesn't use their commercial dock. So,
One clarification I'd also like to make, because Mr. Thurston brought up the Spirit landing permit. We did not submit a permit for the Winnipesaukee Bell. I just referenced it, so it came to mind. One of the reasons we didn't do that is that the Bell won't be permanently in Wolfeboro. The reason for that is that it's the only place we don't own a dock. We can't keep her overnight here. However, just as the townspeople of Wolfeboro have an emotional connection to the Mount, I'm very sure they have one to the Bell. And there are charters and events and requests to have her here, like on Lake Winnipesaukee Day, where I can't guarantee that it's justified with the current landing permit pricing. She might only be here 4, 5, 6 times in the season. I would hate to think that, given the emotional attachment the people of Wolfeboro have to the Bell, and one of the reasons we preserved her rather than letting her go to scrap, that we would lose that opportunity to make sure that she can be here at the docks again.
Linda, did you?
Paul asked, I was going to make a motion, Paul wanted to make a few comments before I
asked
did.
Linda if I could take time to blather. But
Yes,
John,
I
you want
was
to blather
gonna-
before me?
I'll just talk on that one point that you said. There's life isn't guaranteed by anybody.
Right.
And at that stage, there could be another purveyor with another boat. Because if we go possibly in a direction of saying, look, folks, come, we may have other boats, because if we don't say we're only having this many boats, again, these articles that I've been reading are, people in Laconia at the Weirs, they want to do commercial, but they aren't giving that. Ward 5 councilor says, no, you can't do it, we're not going to approve it. We've had some bad examples, and so those people come. They may come here, and we might have to say, here's your dock, and here's your fee, and so it may not be you, but it may be somebody else.
Absolutely. And I think I would make 2 points related to that. One, obviously, as we own the dock in Weirs Beach, we have no say whatsoever as to how the commercial docks are used. That has nothing to do with my company. However, I would say that one of the reasons that the Winnipesaukee Bell is no longer owned by the Wolfeboro Inn is due to maintenance, because for a vessel that size, you need to have a facility. And there is no commercial facility that can pull a vessel that size out of the water except for our facility at Center Harbor. So the size of a vessel, absolutely. Pontoon boats, we're not concerned about those. That's not a part of our business. Boats up to 50 or so feet, but once you go beyond that, there are maintenance concerns that you need to take into account. For good or for bad, our company's had a facility for 100 years there. It's a giant commercial property. There's no place like that available on Winnipesaukee. So I would say, while we're not necessarily, you're certainly able to do whatever you want to do. We have to make decisions for our business. You have to make decisions for the town. But there may be limitations related to the size of a vessel and the maintenance required for that. And I think that that's just something fair to consider.
Mr. Chairman?
Paul?
I think we need to just pause. Before we do that, I want to blather a little bit. So back in 2022, we asked the voters for $700,000 to repair that dock. It was a 3/5 majority because it was a bond. It was passed by the Board of Selectmen at the time on a 5-0 vote. It was passed by the Budget Committee on a 7-1 vote. And you, the voters, on a 3/5, was it 3/5, whatever it is, super majority.
Yeah, 3/5.
You all said, do it. And I wasn't around for that vote. But that said, that we thought that dock area was pretty important. It was a big investment, $770,000 over 10 years. We did it. And it got fixed up, and all kinds of things got done. In '24, probably in September, I think it was in September, when they keep me honest on this, we took a motion, this board took a motion that said, you, the Mount Washington, we're going to point at you, are iconic, right?
Only thing I'll say is you've yet to produce that motion for me.
We did.
If I remember correctly, you congratulated us on being part of the Library of Congress. I don't know if it was
It's something like that.
I don't know if it was an official.
You're iconic. I mean,
I don't think it was an official.
but there was no bull crap about that. We said, you guys are important, okay? And so I think, having said that, I think that we, and I was here last year when we started this rodeo, we got off on the wrong foot. We did. We can't figure out how to set a price. Because that's really what it's come down to, right? It's come down to a price.
Absolutely.
And you saw a couple of minutes ago, and Brian's got a spreadsheet. You saw a couple of minutes ago that we were having this conversation. Is it comparables? Is it cost recovery? Or should we just pull it out of our ear? We struggled with that, and we still are struggling with that. And meanwhile, and I apologize if we left you with a bad impression, and I'm not going to be doing apologies much more, but I apologize if we left you an impression because you might have gotten a phone call from one or two of us that somehow, you know, we were negotiating with you. We were not. We cannot, and we will not. Can't do that. It's against the law. We're all supposed to act together. And I'm not chastising anybody, including myself, because I don't think you and I have ever talked.
No, we have not.
So I'm of the mind that, you know, we have to declare a pause. The amount of money that's involved with us pausing is, what's the word again, Brian?
De minimis.
Oh, there it is. It's de minimis to the overall town. We're not talking about huge. No disrespect to the amount of money we want to charge.
Believe me, I get it.
If somebody were here talking about millions, half millions, and said, yeah, you should be spending 14 hours of board time dealing with millions, I'd be game.
Right.
We spent 14, 15 hours of board time, and I've been a party to this. And we are nowhere close to having a number. We're not. And so that's part one. Part two is, I think, my personal opinion, I could be wrong, we've played ping pong here with our clients. We get a piece of paper, look at it, we send it over to you in public. We don't sit across the table and throw, you know, whatever we need to do. You saw that with Trell. You saw that a few minutes ago. I don't know if we can not do that anymore, but I'd like to not do that anymore. So with that, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to turn it over to...
I just wanted to make a couple of comments on what you said. The situation in Wolfeboro is unique.
Oh, we are unique.
You're the only town that has been doing landing permits, right? Like, it's unique from that perspective. We're unique. A vessel our size will never be launched on Lake Winnipesaukee again. We're unique from that perspective. Sure. The relationship, therefore, is very unique. So we owe it to ourselves to have more of a conversation about how to maximize that relationship.
I agree.
Coming out of COVID, there was a lot of talk about how much the Mount was missed, how much the Horn was missed. And there was a question about whether we could increase our schedule. And year after year, we've increased that schedule. We've brought more people here. We've made a lot of happy tourists, you know, walking around the town. I think that one of the things that's been concerning to us through the process is it seems like at some point there was a shift in that level of collaboration. And I think that that's the thing that I lamented. You know, we don't want to be anywhere where we're a problem. We don't want to be anywhere where we're not valued. But I felt like, and my company feels like, the relationship with Wolfeboro is special. And not to cast aspersions on any other port, because they're all special in their own ways. But the town that celebrated our 150th anniversary was Wolfeboro.
Well, we might want to have you back to do the 250 of the country. But you observe, and I'll finish and turn it over to Linda, but you observe, or at least I observe, that we've introduced, even the prior speaker, we've introduced business risk.
Yes.
And Brian has pointed us out. We're introducing business risk by our behavior. And I got the message. So I think we need to pause. All right? So I'll turn it over to somebody else.
I'll be quick. The 150th birthday party for the Mount Washington was the best damn day of the summer as we were coming out of COVID.
It was great.
The community had a complete blast. They had not had the Mount Washington sit at a dock other than its dock for an event ever. And the community absolutely loved it.
Okay.
That created a new atmosphere between Wolfeboro and the Mount Washington, and that needs to thrive and that needs to go forward.
Agreed. And coming out of that, what's interesting is that we had a conversation and said, well, we can't really celebrate the 151st and have that be a really big deal. So what do we do?
250.
And we'll hopefully get there. But what we did, well, there will be plenty of celebrations around that. But what we said was, well, let's turn it over to the lake itself, a celebration of the lake, of which the Mount's a part of which Wolfeboro's a part. And that's what that event became. And I'm very proud of that event. I think the town's very proud of that event.
Yes, they are.
We're proud of a bunch of traditions we have here. Kingswood is back with us after taking 1 year off out of maybe the past 25 for their prom. We work with Lisa Beverage. She does 2 beer tasting cruises, craft beer fests, coming from Wolfeboro. I mean, there's a lot of really good happening here that we want to continue.
I want to make a motion that Linda makes a motion.
I have my motion. I've been waiting very patiently, but I want to say I'm really excited you're going to come in twice a day. As a kid, I could remember going down with my dad and being there on the docks as you came in, and as you've seen, I'm down there a lot in the summer. It's really a nice thing to watch come in. I would like to make a motion to issue the 2026 commercial vehicle landing permits under the 2025 ordinance. Keep the 2025 fees the same, and to continue to update the dock ordinance to have it effective January 1st, 2027. And we can, if we have to adjust that at some time to meet the boats, I mean the buses, I hope we can get it done before in enough time that we set you up for next year. So that's my motion.
Second for conversation, please.
Yes, because I would like to add in, your permits, does that include the Mount Washington vessel and the Spirit?
All permits. It's the 2026 commercial vehicle landing permits. All of them are going under 2025, what we have now.
On the town docks.
Yep.
So this isn't exclusive for the Mount Washington?
No. It's for everybody. It's a pause. We're not going to get this ordinance. Somebody has a boat that they want to rent down there. They're in the same problem as he's in.
So those people haven't submitted their permits yet, though?
I'm making a motion relating to all permits. That we just pause and stop what we're doing and just go forward. They can now put in their permits, and this is the fees and permit we're going to use.
Dave, call the question.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
John,
he's calling the question.
Well, I'm not done with discussion.
It doesn't matter. The question has been called. All those in favor of Linda's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
I'm not opposed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'm just trying to get clarification, that's all.
Well,
I will.
When you call the question,
If that's what it...
that's it. All discussion stops.
Dave.
That's why people call the question.
Do we have to approve his permit, too? He has his permits filed with us.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Come on up.
I made a motion relating to all. I didn't make a motion to his permit.
That's what I was trying to ask.
They were called this
I was
motion.
trying to get that clarified.
So I would like to make a motion now to approve the Mount Washington cruise ship and the Spirit for their 2026 landing fees based on the landing fee structure from 2025.
Second.
Discussion.
Could you clarify the vessel that you would wish to get your permit for?
The two permits before you are the Mount Washington and the Winnipesaukee Spirit.
Thank you,
We
sir.
have not submitted one for the Bell.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you again.
Thank you again.
Next on our list is discussion 2026 town meeting results.
No, we have the Perselicor.
What?
There is the Perselicor Milfoil Committee, which was added to a new,
I have this on mine.
because we updated, we've amended agenda. So, Susan, you want to get up? This was a question that the board had about the use of Perselicor. The Milfoil Committee gave you a letter from them, and we also have a letter from DES, and I'll turn it over to Susan for any specifics. And
well, right, I don't know what I'm going to add that I haven't already provided you with, other than to say, you know, I'll try to answer any questions you have about the treatment, but also to say that we don't go out of our way to treat. We only do a chemical treatment when there's no other alternative. And we are trusting DES to make the right decision. And again, whether we actually treat this summer will depend on when they survey in the spring and what they find in Back Bay and around. Question.
Based on all scientific data that's available to us at this time, there is no cancer-causing agents in Perselicor.
No.
Thank you.
There are no restrictions on drinking water, on swimming, on fishing, on other aquatic vegetation.
So
Hey, Ben.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm good.
So she made a comment of swimming and fishing. Once they put it in, what I was under the impression was, when they put it in, you can't go swimming afterwards.
That's not true anymore. They used to say for 6 hours, but they don't even do that now.
Because that's what the state told one of the people in the audience.
Navigate was the one that you had to stay out for, I think it was almost a week.
Right.
And that one was...
The old chemical we used was used in much stronger concentrations and
Navigate
stayed in
was
the
its
water
name.
for a long time. This virtually vanishes in less than a day, I think.
Thanks for showing up. Go ahead. Thanks for coming and waiting so long.
My pleasure.
I think the question that was asked by somebody in the public, it didn't have to do with the 2,4-D or carcinogens. It had to do with PFAS. And I'm satisfied that the Hampshire DES is saying this chemical is appropriate for use, as long as we're not using it outside of their specifications.
Right.
Okay. And I'm satisfied also that because it was PFAS was the question. It wasn't a carcinogen. It was a.
I don't know what.
It was a PFAS question that was asked by a member of the public whose name I won't mention, but it was asked by a member of the public. And so I'm satisfied that we've got, all the information we need.
I mean,
we're under.
we don't want to treat unless we have to.
I think the debate that was why don't we just jump in the water and pull the weeds out? I'm satisfied that we have what we need.
Dave,
thank you.
Is it open to the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian.
I'd like to, can I say something first? I think I can give you a little history, and part of our problem here on Back Bay is the sawdust that's in the bottom.
Yeah.
And just a little piece breaks off and it reroutes. Same thing with seeds. We went out to Wolfeboro Bay. We cleared out underneath all the docks. In front of it, it's a different soil. We've never used chemical, and it's gone. The problem back here is that the back bay is the incubator for milfoil because it's so hard to control. And we're using a plan provided to us by New Hampshire DES, because the first time we pulled it, we had to have a dredge and fill permit, which didn't apply at all. And this is how DES has developed. They have trained and have the divers, and they have to meet the DES certificate. DES puts out the bid and what contract gets it, and also the contract who will put the chemical in Back Bay. So we're just really providing some of the money and support. And our philosophy has always been, we hand pull, we dash until such time as we lose it, and that does happen. So that's a little bit of history.
And these two areas for this summer are the dash boat can't get in there.
Correct.
And the Devil's Cove of Crescent Lake is full of, as I understand it, brush and stuff. And the Wentworth Watershed Association volunteer divers have worked in there for years, and you know, they pull what they can, but every year it's just back in their face. So chemical treatment for there certainly is warranted.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, do you have a comment?
Come on up.
Hi, Derek Brown. I'm not going to go back in history at all. This past February, Mr. O'Brien, in my quest for continued information at DES, I stumbled across, literally, well, I shouldn't say that, it was a telecommunication, it wasn't physical, the woman that would be responsible for the Priscilla installation work here in Back Bay. Imagine that. I didn't know how to pronounce the product. I still don't do so much. But what our conversation surrounded was, once that went in the lake, this is a pretty new product, and things look optimistic for it. Optimistic is the key word here. Once it's in, it's in. I was told immediately upon, well, once it's in, I hear it, it's fine, it's safe, it's after a few days, yes. What do you mean after a few days? You shouldn't be swimming in it right away. This is from DES, from the woman doing the program. Yes, it looks optimistically like the right product, but once the horse is out of the barn, it's out of the barn. Now, Mr. O'Brien, I'd be more than happy to give you directly the name of who I contacted, but I would respectfully ask they be reached out to directly, not badgered like some members are capable of doing, okay? But they will verify what I'm describing. It looks like a hopeful product, but once it's done, and there are still several unknowns with it.
Yeah, send it in. Yeah.
No, I'll get you the contact.
Yeah, send it in.
Yes, absolutely.
Dave?
Okay.
So the only information that I've found is through the Adirondack Association, and what they have is there's over 100 lakes that it's used in the Northeast, and it's been in use. It was approved in 2017 from the EPA, and it's been used widespread since 2018. So I guess relatively new would be 9 years. So I guess that could be relatively new in.
And some lakes have had some problems with it, okay? But one of the things I've forgotten, I should have asked, I'm sorry for jumping back up here. One of the things about this product is, yes, it does kill milfoil. But what it kills quickly, or the most quickly, are the weaker plants. And the best thing to akin this to is people habitually taking or overprescribed antibiotics. The plants it doesn't kill, or the roots or the more mature milfoil that it doesn't kill, makes it stronger and more resistant to chemical-based removal.
May I just send in the contact information?
Sure.
I appreciate that.
So I'd just like to say one more thing. So again, when I was a kid, my grandmother owned the house right there by the switch on the train track at the Big Rock, where everybody goes fishing. And there was milfoil in there, and there was structure, again. There was structure, and there was shadows and shade, and there was fish. There was an ecosystem with little fish. You could catch hornpout in the middle of the day. Now, I go down there, and you can look right to the bottom, the sun looks right to the bottom, and the water heats up. So, I'm not going to vote for this for that reason. I don't think that wiping out structure is the real solution. What I will say is, when we introduced the water ski club, and if the stuff was in there, you know, it would chop it up. But we've worked with that group. They used to water ski in front in Wolfeboro Bay, and now they're in Back Bay. And so, to me, if you looked at the boat chopping up the stuff, and a lot of the boats that you heard from Trail tonight, the small boats go back there. But when you have a big boat and it's got a 400 horse engine in there and it's winding up, and it's probably more susceptible. I would agree. So.
I was just going to say there are a lot of big boats in the marinas back there, and there's a lot of boat traffic there that does chop it up. And it's not just the water skiers that depend on Back Bay, it's the Back Bay skippers, it's the paddle boarders. A lot of people depend on being able to use Back Bay without the way Milfoil was, 10 years ago? Where it was like a forest.
Dave?
Yeah, Linda?
You know, I think that once we lose Back Bay, which was the case when we came on, really said, we'll start losing Wolfeboro Bay because it gets chopped up, and that's where it went. And we had some huge plants out there. And so it's an invasive, you know, obviously the DES and people do not believe that milfoil should be able to be overrun like that. There's been a lot of towns who wanted to see it, and we were known as the incubator because of Back Bay and that soil. So to me, and DES provides us with the plan. It's not like something we're just producing ourselves. So not only will it affect us, but it'll affect all the towns in the lake because it gets picked up. People pull out their boats and it goes all over the place. That's why New Hampshire Lake has lake hosts on all the ramps, is to try to catch that stuff. So that's my concern. We tried to do it just with hand pulling, and we've been unable to control Back Bay without using some kind of chemical. So that's what we're kind of playing with.
So if I understand correctly, you're going to inoculate two places. Is that the right word to use?
Yeah.
Two.
I guess inoculate, sure.
Whatever. You know, do whatever you got. And, you know, I hear your comment about, you know, we've lost structure, and I got that, and you're heating up the water. So sometime I'd like to, if you can help me, and I'll be glad to learn, if we're inoculating two spaces that we can't get to, I'm questioning, not questioning you. I'm just questioning, is there something else killing the structure in there? Rhetorical question. I don't know. Is there something else that's killing structure in the lake? I don't know the answer to that. I don't want to debate it. I ain't smart enough to know.
And by structure, you mean the natural aquatic
the natural vegetation.
Which Percelator doesn't touch.
No. Yeah. So I'd like to, because John, you're trying, no disrespect, you're trying to link this activity to, wipe. I don't want to get into a debate with you, but I'd just like to know, is there something else that could be doing it? So with that, I'm just going to park it. I know it's controversial. I want to park it and leave it there. Okay.
So if you go down the tracks where the old electric dock used to be right there, and you look in the water, there's nothing there.
No, I'm with you. I understand. I'm just trying to
Nothing.
understand. Is inoculating 2 places in that water body, wiping out all the structure around that entire water body? That's all.
But there used to be,
I'm not sure you can attribute it to the treatments.
Yeah, that's my point.
I mean, things change. Fishing changes from year to year, from certainly over 10 years. Fishing in different water bodies changes.
So I'm not trying to be defensive or offensive here. Again, when you have plants and you grow up here and you see the plants and then they just disappear and you have done chemical treatments, you raise that question on what that conclusion is why you see what you see.
Linda?
yeah, I think it was bladderwort. We had such a growth of bladderwort. It's another kind of plant. It would stop the little boats from going. It looks very much like milfoil, and it was all over the place. So the back bay has plenty of plants that are going, and that was a year where it was out of control. There's nothing you can do for that. That's native. It happened. They had trouble doing their sailboats.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole premise of an invasive species is it takes over from native species. So if you have native plants growing here and an invasive species comes in, it chokes out and gets rid of all those native plants. Then you kill the milfoil because it will keep on eating native plants and it will fill up a bay and it will kill the whole bay. You kill the milfoil, what's left? Nothing, because the native plants have gone. So the idea is to get rid of the invasive plants and let the natural environment come back. And that can take decades and decades and decades. Walk through Sewell Woods and see all the vines in the trees. Those are all invasive species that people used for ground cover 40 years ago. And those are killing trees in huge numbers. Should we just let them grow? No, they're removing them and eradicating them because we should have our native species not be under threat by invasive species.
Mr. Chairman, where do we go from here? What do we do? Linda, what do we need to do?
You, the board asked for more information.
Yeah.
That's what we provided. And there are a bunch of articles for people to understand. We approved the grant.
Right.
And you asked for this information, and that's what they... What?
To apply. The discussion was we were going to apply for the grant, and then we were going to make a decision based on the information whether or not we would apply or not.
Apply the chemical.
Correct.
Yes. That is my recollection also.
Thank you.
So you have the material.
So do we need a motion now to actually go forward with chemical...
Yep.
Right, so I'll make a motion to grant the Milfoil Committee the use of the Procellacor on the 2 milfoil areas that they deem necessary as needed to be treated with the Procellacor, which is approved by the EPA and New Hampshire DES.
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
I cannot support it.
So it's your no.
I cannot support it.
Okay, so it's a no.
Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Next then, town meeting results. Jim?
So I was asked to put together a summary of the impact of the town meeting results. I was going to put it on the screen. Unfortunately, the projector is not working this evening. So in front of you, board, you have a document which outlines the gross appropriations of $39,266,669. That's an increase over the gross appropriations of last year of approximately $604,000. If you recall, back in December, you approved the estimated revenues. Those estimated revenues are shown in the spreadsheet down below to the right. The water fund, the electric fund, the sewer fund, the Pop Whalen fund, the water warrant article, the DPW grant vehicle, and then the general fund revenues estimated at $5,481,000 for a grand total for estimated revenues of $21,273,993. Remember, with the general fund revenues, we estimated conservatively. Last year, we created about $6.2 million in revenue. This year, we're estimating 5.4. Some things that could increase that number as the year proceeds. Grant funding, which could come through. It could also be increased fees associated with registration of vehicles. That's about $2.1 million on an annual basis. We could see a fairly good number from ambulance revenues this year, because those will all go to the general fund. One thing that we got to be concerned about with that is we cannot really give a good estimate on the tax rate at this time, because we do not know what the estimated revenues are going to be. We have to get those calculated in early September. Additionally, when the audit report comes in, you will know what the fund balance is, and then you can apply that fund balance to the tax rate. I believe the assessing office estimated $150,000 this year for the overlay based on the reevaluation which took place. Veterans credits, last year we had $223,000, so I put that number in the same. Now remember, we approved voters approved increasing the tax credits for disabled veterans. We're estimating that that is probably going to be a $50,000 increase in this number. So that gives us a net tax effort at this point, given those numbers, of $18,365,000. And then the other variable that will change in September when you go to set the tax rate will be the local assessed valuation of property. Right now, that's $4,805,000,000. So you calculate that out, and the estimated tax rate impact for 2026 with these numbers at this time is $3.82. So the ask was on a $300,000 home, the municipal tax rate will be an increase of $182.39. On a $500,000 home, the increase will be $303.99. Excuse me, $303.99. On a $750,000 home, the estimated tax increase will be $455.99. On a $1 million home, the estimated tax rate impact will be $607.98 for an estimated tax rate increase across the board on the municipal rate of 18.92%. That is inclusive of all the warrant articles, the estimated revenues, which hopefully you'll be able to bring that number down when you go to set the tax rate in the fall. That is a quick summary of the impacts financially to the town going forward based on town meeting results. Any questions about that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Jim, thank you for doing this, and I think this was an ask by you, John, right?
It was, sir.
Okay, so I don't know, at least for me, I like to have one-page plans. This is something I'm going to put in my wallet. No, I'm not.
I hope
something
not.
that I would like to recommend we put on the website. This is all you need. No, I shouldn't say all, but this is most of the stuff you need to know about what we just did on one piece of paper, which is pretty good. Thank you.
John?
So thank you, Jim, for doing this. I think we had a speaker come to us and say, your taxes are going to double every 7 years. And I think when you look at this middle column and you use the $300,000 number on a 2025, you got 964. If you take that 18239 and you multiply that 5 times, you get 511. Excuse me, 911. And so your tax will double every 5 years and 4 months on the town side, not including what the school district side happens. So that we don't have that plugged in here. So that was my takeaway on that.
The premise would be if we continue to spend it.
Yes, but the other aspect there is, you know, when you have people that ask for abatements on their homes, in my view, when you have an aging population, the likelihood is that abatement number will also increase. So I do thank Jim for plugging that in also.
Brian?
So you have to also take into account, as Jim said, that our valuation will go up, our debt service will drop. We have the ability, if we have good revenues this year, last year we gave back to buy down the tax rate, how much was it? 1.25 million.
1.250.
Yeah,
Yep.
1,250,000. I'm hoping that we can do 1.5 million
Yeah, that's
this
like
year.
a spring. It just it
Yeah.
goes back up.
So
That's right, that's
It's
what
a
worries
spring.
me, that's what worries me about
that's
two
right.
things.
So there will be other factors that we will be able to keep this in check. So this is a good
Guide.
snapshot.
Guide.
It's a snapshot for right now where we are. But if we can give back $1.25 million, $1.5 million, and buy down the tax rate,
But-
as our debt service drops off and other things happen, our revenues could increase. Things can change.
Yeah. You're out of order.
To have 1.25 million year after year, I doubt it. We usually had right around maybe 250 to 500 has been the range that we had for
I would
years.
be hopeful that you might be able to get around the $600,000 to $800,000 this year, based on what my gut is telling me from what I'm seeing.
I'm thinking it might be
John?
So to that point, I guess the next question is, do we have a number on the amount of unrestricted fund that was put back into the balance? I think that question was
That'll come
asked.
with the auditor.
You're not going to know that till the audit's done.
Yeah, the audit will provide that information
Yeah.
for you.
So right now, the auditors, they're in the field?
They're starting to do some of their prep work. I believe they're scheduled to come sometime early next month.
So John, they're going to ring out the transactions, they're going to balance out the accounts, they're going to put all the stuff that needs to go in different boxes, and what drops out the bottom right-hand corner will answer your question. That doesn't come out until they're done.
October.
And that's going to be a while. Now, statutorily, they're supposed to have that to us by the end of the first quarter. That doesn't happen.
No, never by the end of
Yeah,
the
but the statute says they're supposed to have all the audits done, but, you know, DRA or whatever those guys are, they've waived off. We don't have audit resources across the state. I think this is a good piece of work. Thank you for doing it, Jim. And thank you for asking for it, John.
So I think that there needs to be some follow-up that we need to think about related to some of the non-monetary articles that the board should probably really consider soon. One of them, along the critical path, I think, would be the crosswalks. Before DPW gets the contractor into paint this year. I think that the board really needs to think about how you're going to tackle that topic going forward.
And Jim, do you have, there's 4 of them, right? The petitions?
Yeah, I believe that there's the crosswalks, there's the Libby, there is the
Committees.
scenic roads, and there is the committees for the select board.
And is Nathan opining on any of these?
So, as I told you, Paul, yes, Nathan is opining on these as you requested me to reach out for him to do.
Okay, we set with that one?
Do you want to think about scheduling something about the crosswalks? Because I know DPW is going to need answers.
Will we have answers from Nathan on our questions by April 1st?
Yes.
So I would say that we should put the crosswalk discussion on April 1st.
Correct. As long as we get something in enough time, then we can do something with it, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. If we don't, then we have nothing to do.
We're going to put that can on a tee and kick it.
Okay, we'll get that teed up.
Okay, board reorganization, handbook, committee assignments.
Mr. Chairman, could I speak to this?
Yep.
I asked, and this is, I want to thank Amy, but I asked Amy to, and she does it anyways, it's pretty automatic, so it didn't have anything to do with me. You have in your packet the Wolfeboro Select Board Member Handbook. You don't have the entire handbook. She's going to print it out for us. There's rules of procedure we have to go through, code of ethics and all of that stuff. There's chair guides. There's a whole bunch of things we have to go through. Additionally, there's some short-term things, which I think Brian and everybody just said. We got to get our heads around some short-term items. If there's no objection, I'm going to, and by the way, there's also committees in here, which we're going to have to talk about next week, or whenever we get together again, 2 weeks from now. Committee assignments. If there's no objection, I'm going to send out some topics as well that for all of us. They're not assignments. They're not my telling you what to do. They're just topics I think we probably ought to start thinking about. And then when we get the time to opine, whatever the right word is, we'll do it. I'll get those out to you guys in the next couple of days.
Yes, and we also need to put on the next agenda to make a motion on all the non-public minutes that we reviewed. Right. And
yeah,
we need to do that in public. I will get everybody my minutes. I didn't realize they hadn't gone out to everybody. Yeah. And so you can check to make sure I got everything.
Thank you. Okay.
But it should go on the next agenda.
So, to that point, I saw it on the agenda and I read the rules of procedure. There was one part in there that I wrote something up, and I have there's a, if you take the first two and then pass it down, and I'll go through what we can chew on here a little bit. And
so this is for us to take home and read.
Yeah. And well, I'm going to read it right here, right now, first, just to give you the.
Take 2 pieces of paper.
It says F at the top, and then the other one starts with reason. So F is a request for information. And what I focused in on this was really the second part. It said any information provided to any individual selectman shall be provided to the rest of the board and shall note the origin of request. And then I actually went back up into the first part, so I redid it a little bit. So my writing is request for information. Should it become apparent to the chairperson or an individual board member in the interim between meetings that additional information relative to all business or information relative to a specific item that may be needed for board use at the next regularly scheduled meeting, a request or a meeting for information may be submitted to the town manager. Next one down, any information provided to any individual selectman or by the town manager to any select board member shall be provided to the rest of the board and shall note the subject matter, a detailed description, and a note of any origin of subject matter, and the reason for rewording and adding subject matter. Select Board members regularly meet and discuss all business, individual business, and information supporting in-term meeting business. The fact that an individual Select Board member discusses town business without sharing the details of the business with the rest of the board may give the impression to the rest of the Select Board members that all information isn't being shared, and therefore an impression of, and I use this word lightly, secrecy can be construed, contrary to the impression of transparency amongst all Select Board members as well as the town manager.
Could you make sure that Amy gets this as well?
Sure.
Well, because we want to get it in the rules of procedure, you know, because we'll tee it up and we'll look at it. Thank you for that. Okay. Or, you know what? I got a packet here for Amy. I'll take my copy, and I'll just get it to Amy. Okay.
And that was in section F, John?
That was, thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, Amy, add to draft of the rules of procedure. Okay?
So are we taking out section F that's in here now?
Well, it's almost.
I'm just trying to get clarity on what Paul is asking Amy to do. That's all I'm getting.
So what I would do is, there's only a few words. There's only a few words that are different, but the bottom part is adds, you know, town manager in there. So again, if you want to do the different colors.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm getting some clarity out of Paul, who's going to give it to her. Yes, I want to be able to see what was and what you're adding and how it flows.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not going to change anything. We'll, to Linda's question, which is right, we're going to note it and highlight it in whatever the right color is if this is a proposal.
Because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to give the impression if somebody could, we're trying to allow the town manager to be able to stay focused, and then if something comes up and the town manager wants Jimmy, Johnny, or Sally to do something, they come to the board and say, I'm directing Johnny, Jimmy, or Sally to do this, and everybody knows it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
I have to read it.
Okay, is there any old business?
Any other business?
Mr. Chairman.
Any other business?
I have a little bit of other business. I just wanted to straighten out a couple of things. I wanted to address one citizen and say the reason why the Mount Washington document for termination was discussed was because it came to the town hall, it was hand-delivered, it was dropped off, we all read it, and there was no way that a document that is public like that should ever go into non-public and then be hidden from the public. It should stay public, it shouldn't be put away into a safe or a vault or whatnot. So that was one thing. The second thing is, it was brought to somebody's attention that someone filed a restraining order on me. Interesting. So my grandmother told me that if you don't tell the whole story, you're not giving information, you're giving misinformation. So Jason Sorens, who wrote the Free State Project Manifesto, was the gentleman who filed a restraining order against me. He filed a restraining order because I had talked to the university where he worked and was concerned that his position in ethics and politics was maybe affecting the education of young students there. So, yes, I did talk to the university. My son was a student at the university. I had a right to voice my opinion. I also did contact the the chair of the planning board in Amherst, because at that time, Mr. Sorens was running for a position on the planning board, and part of his manifesto said that he believed in no planning. So I never contacted any of his friends, relatives, or other people. That's misinformation. and I never set foot in Amherst, and a judge denied the restraining order as false and baloney. So I just wanted that to be cleared up.
Yep.
I just want to, I hope it's appropriate to say this. For the people who've been watching tonight, hopefully you're going to see, hopefully we're all going to be refreshed. There are openings on the Agriculture Commission. There are openings on Conservation Commission, Economic Development, Energy, Heritage, Milfoil, and you got some over in Waters too.
We do.
I'm going to ask that this get put into the, and it's on the website, you know, but you got to kind of hunt and peck around into the different committees. I'm going to ask if we could just post this. There's a lot of opportunities for people to volunteer for service, and if you don't, well then you don't, but you should, because these committees are very active. You heard tonight from Wolfeboro Waters. I mean, Milfoil, Heritage, Energy. There's a lot of stuff going, economic development. And please, take a shot at it. Take a shot at it. Go ahead, Linda, I'm sorry.
No, I think John was before I did.
So, real special night. The young lady that came up and said that the Kingswood High School had won their division. It was kind of bittersweet because I thought today when we were in the conference room, I saw this gentleman sitting outside Amy's desk and it looked like Brian Hastings. And tonight I saw my other good friend, John Polini. We were the first group that started the hockey program in Wolfeboro.
Good for you.
We wouldn't even get accepted by the high school.
That's correct.
To have a hockey team.
Yes.
My aunt and uncle ran a place called Wheeler Sports Shop, and he used to sharpen skates for the Bruins at the Tully Forum. And he had the hockey skate sharpening machine that he sharpened Bobby Orr's skates. He let me have it, and then we got the hockey bags. We were called Kingswood Independents.
There it is.
That was our first. So to see the pictures circling around town and to have the young lady come up, it was an awesome moment. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, we got a letter from the North Wolfeboro Area Association, and I'd like that included in the packet when we talk about that petition warrant article.
No objection at all. Yeah,
It should be. I don't want it to get lost because I think that's very important to that.
Let's do that. So we'll put this.
That's when we do the rural roads.
Is there anything else on any other business? Jim, town manager's report?
A couple of items. I was able to get regarding the reservoir. We haven't had much of an impact yet. The water at the potable water plant at the reservoir at Beach Pond is down still 34 inches. In the fall, the last measurement before it froze in was 39 inches. So we haven't really made up a whole lot. Let's hope for a very wet spring.
Where's the water going?
The Libby valuation, I have made contact with a couple different people. One of the individuals is not able to do the work, so I was pointed to somebody else. That individual is now working with a peer to potentially come in and perform an assessment of the value of the collection, but they will not be able to facilitate the move. So I'm working other avenues related to moving the artifacts. I did get correspondence from Steve Randall today regarding the dockside pipe. It's frozen in, so he's not able to get water sample as of today. Once it frees up, he will get a water sample and see where we're at. I've been tying in New Hampshire DRA documents and forms relative to the budget and the warrant passing, which will allow me to populate MuniSmart, and I'm hopeful that for April 1st's meeting, I will be able to provide you with a financial report as to where we're at this point, being we'll be a quarter of the way through the year. And two other things that I'm working on before my departure. I'm working to get the CIP program in place so that Jeffrey will be ready to go, and we're working on getting some of the 2027 budget documents put together. And with that said, I'm also just for information purposes, I'm hope to have an RFP out for software programs for replacement of MuniSmart before my departure. And that's what I have to report out to you at this point.
Cool. Okay. Committee reports. John?
No.
Okay, I had a Conservation Commission meeting, and we were all at the voting.
Good.
And we've had a few meetings in reference to town manager. That's what I have. Paul?
Thanks, Dave. And thank you, Dave, for being our chair the past year.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you, Dave.
Thank you very, very much.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, somebody said Dramamine or something.
Good luck.
No-dos. So I attended the voting. It was really fun to see. Just you probably already know this, there is going to be a recount. We have a race at the police commissioner level, and one of the members is asking for a recount. That'll take place on Saturday here at Town Hall. Select board members are going to
Have to
be in attendance.
be there. Yeah.
That's at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. We had a joint meeting, a quarterly meeting, which we haven't done in quarters, with the police commission and the chief and the captain. We followed that by my attendance of the police commissioners meeting. And did we do the know before you go? Did we report on that last week? Because I went to the know before you go meeting over at the chamber. Anyways, I'm going to take credit for that one too. So we had a know before you go. That's all I had. Thank you.
Linda?
Well, I did the police commission know before you go. I was not inside for the election. I was outside for the election. I was at the library for their trustees meeting, and I'd like to give you some great statistics. Patrons card, new ones up 77%, renewals 83%, paid 125. Adult programs are up 35%, but attendance is up 133%. Children's programs are up 56%, and attendance is up 50%. So you keep on seeing that growth at the library. I attended the EDC meeting with Brian, but I'll let Brian fill you in on that. I attended community TV board meeting this morning. I learned that the planning board meeting of Tuesday night was not live streamed because First Light, which is really Breeze Line, internet went down, not only at the town hall, but also at the school district. It is not a problem with community television. It was a problem with the internet. The planning board meeting was recorded and is now on community TV's YouTube channel. So if a live broadcast of a meeting doesn't take place, you can always find it on YouTube. Wolfeboro Waters, Tanya Albee returned to discuss her work on neonicotinoids, pesticides that are being used on lawns and turfs and their effect on insects. She talked about House Bill 1431 to restrict the use of the pesticide, and that is being sponsored by John McDonnell and 5 others. The Mitigation and Prevention Subcommittee is meeting with DES and Fish and Game to develop a plan to keep some water in Smith River below this Crescent Lake Dam. That has some controversy. If you know Lake Wentworth and Crescent Lake, they always like to argue how much water is too high and what is too low, but the need to keep some water in Smith River in order to keep the fish and other growth in there, to keep the fish in the river. They're going to follow that meeting with a public forum on April 20th at the library, open to the public to discuss the plan and get input from people on that. Wolfeboro Waters was unable to find a member who was willing to chair the committee, so that position is vacant.
So I had an Energy Committee meeting, and the Energy Committee is still looking at other potential solar and storage locations in Wolfeboro. We had a discussion with Barry, too, about the contract going forward, and he gave us a little bit of update on that. The Heritage Commission, the big thing about the Heritage Commission is they're concerned about the house across the street that is right now going for variances and whatnot because they want to tear down the house and move it down to the water's edge. So that's something that they have their eyes on. We went to our Police Commission quarterly, which was a good meeting. I went to the senior lunch, which was the St. Patrick's Day lunch. It was delicious shepherd's pie. I had we had an EDC meeting, and the biggest informational piece of the EDC meeting was our business retention event that will be happening. Ooh, was it
I've got it. It is April 13th from 5 to 8 at
Trenta. And so we're going to be inviting all the businesses from town. Last year, we had almost 100 businesses that come in, and we have a good session where they explain to us the positives and the negatives of having a business in Wolfeboro, and we try and listen to them and address things in a way that the EDC can. And then there is an event from the New Hampshire Fiscal Institute, I think they are. It's how state funding affects local taxes. I am going to try and attend that, and I think it's something that if anybody wants to join me, it would be good. And if everybody has looked, we're getting a lot of alerts from the New Hampshire Municipal Association because there's over 1,000 bills going through the House this summer, and a lot of them are going to directly affect us, our finances, and our rights to locally govern. So I'm trying to think of a way that we can wrap our heads around this and, without a heavy lift, notify our representatives and our senator when there is bills that come up that we think that we want to speak either for or against. I know it's a lot of work, but if they don't get information from us, they won't know how to vote. And they need to hear from the community and from the select board.
Do you have a date on that?
I will get it. I think I sent it.
I think you
sent
said
it to Amy,
that.
and Amy sent it out.
I think, but I just didn't write it down.
Yeah,
I didn't write it
and,
down.
Brian, that business retention is when? 13th? April?
Yes. April.
At Trenta?
Yeah.
5 o'clock?
Yeah. And I also did, because I was invited, I went to the Free State Informational Program that was at the library that was Linda was there. I don't know if anybody else was there. And it was well attended. There was almost 100 people there, and I think about 600 or 700 people have watched it on community TV, which is a big number. So, and let's not be concerned, but let's be vigilant. I have friends that are Free Staters. They came here for the freedoms and the liberties that New Hampshire offers. I get along great with them. It's different when you have a group in Concord that is trying to redirect the policies of the state and take away local control so that we can't control our planning and our zoning, and we can't control our school costs and other things like that. That's when you have to take, and I think it was a kind of a referendum at our election this year that Dave is here, that Linda is here, and that our vote went, and the people from Wolfeboro came out and they told us what they wanted. They want us to fix their sewers, they want us to fix their roads, they want us to maintain our properties, and they gave us the money this year. They passed our budget and they said, here it is, now do a damn good job with it. And that's our responsibility, and that's what we need to do.
Thank you, Brian.
Any questions from the press, Jim? Are they on?
Nobody on.
Public input? Anybody want to talk to us quickly?
What? No, I'm just waiting for that text message to come in, and now you're going to send me a
So,
don't look at me in that tone of voice.
Mr. O'Brien, yes,
Sir.
I don't know what the appropriate protocol is for this, so I just ask. I'd like to have a meeting with you about the documents I sent you, because I have substantial more than that I'd like to talk to you about in person.
Yeah.
So I'd like to set up a time for that outside of here.
Shoot me an email the next time you're
because
around.
I don't know about, and I know this is, again, probably breaking protocol, but I'm going to just say this. Has anybody in this room ever heard of a person named Steve Whitman? How about you, Brian?
I've seen posts from him, yes.
Do you know him?
No, don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. He's a mystery man. He's a ghost. He's a very hostile ghost, but he's a ghost. Knows a lot about town. I'm going to find him. Anyway, the word misinformation, what comes to mind is, if I was to poll these people, if I say you're giving misinformation, the word that comes to my mind is someone saying I'm lying.
No.
Okay? Anybody else?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm just kind of curious about like how people hear that word. The reason I say that word is used a lot. Okay. I'm really tired of hearing that, because it's a strategy. Okay. And in this case, it's used too much. And definitely the public is pushing back on getting tired of hearing that word from people. I think if you read some of the things, Mr. O'Brien, I sent over, you'll see it's a good reason why people don't come forward in terms of see something, say something. I can certainly tell you why.
This is the document.
That's part of it. That's just part of it. A lot of it is newsprint, too. So it's not my words. So lastly on that topic, I'm going to remind everybody, I had good cooperative email replies and conversations and phone conversations with Mr. Randall this week, where he confirmed, yes, there was a sump pump. Yes, it was in that drain pipe. Yes, something bad came out of it. They're tracking it, as he's letting us know. It is not misinformation, Mr. Deshays, as you and Nate Druin are trying to tell the public, timely before the election. Okay? That's how the public sees this. Okay? So, conduct.
Thank you, sir.
Culture.
Thank you, sir.
Do I read it?
Whoa.
Depends upon you whether you want to go down that road,
I know.
Brian.
That's right. Your legs are numb. Hi, Suze.
Suzanne Ryan, resident, taxpayer. I just heard two conflicting things tonight. One was about boats in Back Bay. The jet ski people said there aren't any boats in Back Bay, or very few boats in Back Bay. It's too shallow, they can't get under the bridge, whatever. And then I heard from the Waters Group, there's too many boats in Back Bay. There's lots of boats in Back Bay. Well, I think the second response about boats in Back Bay was correct, and the first one was a ploy. I'm sure you all can see through that. And then we just heard, I hear it from several of the members, but especially, Brian, I hear you say, our debt is going down. Well, that's true. It's very true. It's 100% true. But guess what? It is going to go right back up when we get on our feet and figure out what we need to do about water supply, possibilities, problems with that, and most certainly the capabilities of disposal, sewage disposal. That will encompass great debt when it hits, and it will hit. It will be up to you guys when you're gonna just dive in and deal with it, but it's a realization. So that was on my mind. And then the other thing was, what have I got here? Oh, Brian, sounds like you should get a job lobbying over at the State House for the NHMA. Oh, no, that's right. You got a family member doing that. And then for fun, no, this is going to make you laugh. I have a check here for $1,500, and I would like to put in a bid for the dock at Back Bay, and I will take and have the jet skis removed, and I will not park a boat there. I'll just park myself in a chair on the dock and watch the world go by. So if you're allowing the open bid for the applicant to bid, I'm offering that bid tonight. And that's just on a fun note. Sorry I have to bring up the Libby. I was asked, Suzanne Ryan, chair of the Libby, I was asked to come in and ask. On January 21st, I read an open letter from the Libby about the collection with about 7 bullets in it, and I did not have a hard copy with me at that time. I brought one in the very next day on the 22nd. And I think, Paul, when you came to next to last meeting, you said you were hopeful that it would be on the agenda for February, I think it was 18th. And so other than that, we haven't heard anything to date, other than what I just heard a little bit tonight, something going on about the collection. So I'm here to ask, will you be answering that letter? When will you be putting us on the agenda? And do you have any kind of plan going forward? Okay, and then, Paul, I'd like to let you know, you get a pen and paper there. Our next scheduled meetings for the Libby will be April 9.
Julie sent me the information. I have the information from Julie.
Oh, okay. April 9, May 13, and June 11, 4:30. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
I'm sure they'll let you go down there and sit if you'd like.
We might be able to find you another place.
Anyways, congratulations. Very decent meeting today. It actually shows some decorum. There's nobody knifing each other in the back. So I appreciate that. I'd like to thank you for that. Second, I guess your comment about the letter being public, and I didn't ask you to hide it. I just asked you not to read it here. That was my objection. It's a public letter. You're absolutely right. And if somebody asks you for it, you should give it to them. But you don't have to read it in public, especially when it's being televised. And third, and this will be my final one because I need to get to bed, I heard earlier that you're looking for an interim, or you haven't identified an interim, you're looking for a town manager. A suggestion, I don't get a vote in this, but as a suggestion, you might want to look at somebody not from in town, not from within the ranks, if you will. Maybe somebody from out of town who's a town manager elsewhere might be of benefit. New eyes, new ideas, new philosophy, different culture might be helpful. Just a suggestion. Other than that, wow, You here to speak? All right. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, to clarify, I'll be back next week, clarify a lot of the statements I heard tonight, but when my father brings up, can you hear?
Your name?
Brody DeShays, taxpayer, resident, Elm Street. When my father brings up things about what the New Hampshire Municipal Association is advocating for, it's not my request. So I personally take offense, and I drove from my house down just now, when Miss Ryan, who's the chair of the ZBA, that I'll be serving with, and I hope respectfully, brings up and tries to suggest my father is asking our town to advocate for its interest through the municipal association because I have some kind of professional or pecuniary interest. It's not accurate, it's unfair, it's uncalled for. He's just flagging for the rest of the board its right to raise its collective voice with 234 other municipalities. So I wanted to clarify that. Has nothing to do with my job, what I do, what I'm proud of doing, representing our town and the other 234 towns and cities in this state against the state's overreach on our local decision-making to determine how we zone, plan, budget, how our SB2 town operates, all of those things. And frankly, there have been a lot of times where I've put on my shoes and I've taken them off because my wife has told me, let it be. On this one, she drove me down proudly because it's my job and I'm proud of what we do. I'm proud of what the New Hampshire Municipal Association provides as services for legal, education, and advocacy. And every day I drive down, I get up at 7 in the morning, I get down to Concord, and I advocate not just for our town, but other towns. And I'm darn sick of seeing the folks who come down here and beat down on the select board, the budget committee, and other town committees. I mean, I saw tonight a deliberative, thoughtful board. And I think you guys are doing a damn well job and a better job than anyone could ever tell you that you're actually doing. I think the public comment was honestly just not accurate, a reflection of how you guys are serving the public. And I think the biggest winner after town meeting was Jim Pinio. He got the entire warrant passed, and he gets to move on to a job that is a town manager in the town of Lincoln, that is of similar stature, that is great, closer to home and closer to his family. So I'll be back April 1st, because I've been taking notes for the last 3 months, and I'm going to clarify a lot of things. A lot of RSAs talked about, a lot of things that are happening in this town, but I take it personally when someone starts bringing up, suggesting that somehow what I do for work, and when a member of this board, aside from my father, brings up, oh, yeah, NHMA is flagging the fact that the state is trying to undermine this town's ability and its residents' ability to govern themselves. Yeah, no. I'm going to toss on my shoes. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to correct the record. Suze, I think you know better.
Did you get a speeding ticket on the way down?
No, I live 2 minutes away. Yeah. But I have no differences with you. I don't know why at the ZBA meeting you made a big to-do about the ZBA changing its regular board meeting to the middle of the month, which doesn't change any of the operations. And I don't know why you brought me up after my father brought up that the New Hampshire Municipal Association that represents this town in the legislature is advocating for its interests and preventing the state from overriding the voters of this town and its duly elected representatives from governing this town. And that's what I take personal offense to. It was just uncalled for. I think everyone in this room right now, they are showing up with their best interests, even if I don't agree with it. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. And sorry.
Thanks, Brody.
Thank you. Going home. Go back.
Anybody else? Don't forget your coat. Here's your hat. All right. Any other public input? I hope not. Take a motion to go into non-public.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.